I'm in middle-aged woman, grumpy, frowny today. Perfect. My looks are in alignment with how I feel today as a grumpy, middle-aged woman. Let me find the strap to my other one. Okay, whatever. We're not gonna match today. Let's look at the front of this. My hands are so sore from holding a trigger all day yesterday. Not like how dark that other color is. Same. Whatever, I'll just keep going. What do you mean it's dead? Oh, it's so cold. Brr. Lost in the sauce. I'm just woke up. So I'm still kind of staring into space. Tired and I don't want to have to work, but I have to work. Art must be made. People need their orders sent to them. So owning your own business is so much fun. Would I consider, should I consider, do I consider, whatever. If you had a business, right? So I have a business. Is it considered one business because I'm the owner of the business and operator of the business? And even though every day is a different job task, it's still considered one business? Or is it technically considered, so I do 5 different things weekly for my job. So I clean houses some days of the week, I do yard work some days of the week. Would I consider myself to be a person with 5 jobs? Or am I a person with a business and one business? Huh. better get to work. Oh, God. I'm sorry. You guys' discernment is really off. Green Party people are morons. No better than Republicans or Democrats, but, well, they're actually worse than Democrats and Republicans because Green Party are like the 12 people in the country who are like, you know what? Us 12 can make a difference. So they're delusionally optimistic individuals, which is a plus and a minus in the grand scheme of things. I mean, you know how I handle that stuff. Okay, it's really fucking cold. Really, 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 really cold. I'm really like, wish I had like a little blanket. Now that I'm standing up, I feel like I have to poop. I don't want to. I don't want to do this. I'm in a mood. I'm in a struggle. I'm like in like that. You don't want to do anything, but just like, you know that feeling when you get out of the shower and you just sit there at the edge of your bed and like stare into space? And no matter like how hard you try to like rip your eyes away from the place that you're staring into space, your eyes just don't want to leave that location. That's kind of how I feel. Like my eyes are just like stuck on stupid. It's crazy too because when I stare for a long enough period of time, the entire world disappears. And I'm seeing out of my eye holes what I'm seeing in my brain. And then when I come to, it's like the vision that I see in my mind must be affected by what my eyes are actually seeing, because as I come to, whatever I happen to be staring at, the thing that I'm visualizing in my mind just morphs into that. I'm tired. I don't want to do anything. I have to do it. I have to do it. I have to do it. Just do it. I need to charge my tablet, which means no, I'm not on mushrooms. I don't do drugs at all. I'm just tired. I've worked really hard this week. Today's my first day off. Oh, big stretch. This is my first day off, and I slept in. And I have not slept in like 5 days. I've been waking up at 6 o'clock every morning to go to work. And the last 2 days, Thursday and Friday, I had a 6 hour commute every day. So 12 hours I was driving. I could drive to Florida in my truck, I bet you. All the driving I do, all the hours of driving that I do in my truck, I could totally drive my truck on a fucking trip. I'm just afraid to leave my home base. Because if I do break out, I don't want to risk paying for that tow. I don't even get my eye boogers out. Oh, I know I feel so bad. Because I didn't take a shower last night. I was so tired and I had to do a couple hours on this. So I was like, fuck it. I'm just not going to shower It's too late anyway. I don't want to shower outside in the fucking dark. So I'll just wait. I'll shower tomorrow. I'll do all my bedding laundry so it won't matter. So that's what I'm supposed to be doing right now. Oh my god, I are like watering right now. There's like dumping liquid out. You swear the cat blinked? It looks like a real cat. It really does. It looks so good. Okay, let's just get back on it. Every time I yawn, it makes my eyes water more. They're just like dumping liquid. I should not be on the live stream right now. I should be sleeping. Like, literally, I'm fucking crying, but I'm not crying. It's just yawning. Stupid. I don't want to walk all the way over there and go get my battery charger, so I'll just hope the phone doesn't die. I'm not crying. Tell my eyeballs that. Okay. Okay, great. So we're just gonna yawn and cry all morning now. Alright. Oh, did you hear that? When I yawned, something cracked in the back of my head. Must be fine. Alright, let's do it. And now, whenever I have my eyes are watering, which is making my nose run, and because I've got these weird yawns, and my eyes are dripping, and now my nose is dripping, it's making my ears go. And every time it makes my ears do the thing. So now I'm gonna be like, I think I'm getting sick. Am I getting sick? I have holes in my ears. I have holes in my ears, in my eardrums, and so I can't blow my nose hard or boogers will shoot out my ears. I have to plug my ears in order to blow my nose. I don't know why, but I wasn't like born with all of these pipes being blocked off. Like there's valves, I guess, that stop. So everything is connected, obviously, in your head, your eye, your tear ducts, your sinuses. Like when you cry, your nose runs. from the tears getting into your nose. That's normal, right? But like I don't have those valves. I don't have those valves, and so if I blow my nose, boogers will come out of my eye sockets sometimes. I have to be careful. But I'd rather it come out my eye sockets, my tear ducts, than it come out my ears, because if it goes in my ears, it can give me an ear infection. Hmm. My grandma told me, she said, Heather, don't sniff your nose. If you sniff your nose, she's like, you're gonna have, you sniff your nose, you're gonna give yourself ear infections. And I didn't listen because I knew more than everybody at 7 years old. Okay. Okay, we'll put you in airplane mode. Look at this. Okay. Yeah. Oh, you sound as demented as Trump. Okay. Yeah, I'm definitely talking about things that Trump talks about. Cool. Oops, I already did that part. That's how you know. That's how you know a person is not a real person and is actually a bot. They just say dumb random shit. I'm getting sick. Definitely getting sick. Text Grandpa Josh. Yep, definitely getting sick. Okay, sending. Oh yeah. That's why I'm so fucking knocked out today. I ate like 100 milligram weed brownie last night before bed. That'll do it. Well, I'm banned from TikTok Live, so I can't watch anything copywritten. So I guess.
The Mario movie, like the first one, I mean, I saw it day one in theaters. I remember it being fine. It's a very generic story about Mario dealing with his daddy issues. He hates mushrooms for some reason. Bowser was kind of funny, I guess. It was a serviceable movie. But the graphics are so good, Alex. Yes, thank you. But oh my goodness, I did not know how good we had it until the second one came out. Like, we went from this very generic paint by numbers movie to basically like a 90-minute commercial. It's just a kid's movie, Alex. What did you expect? Citizen Kane? Nah, I mean, I was just expecting, like an actual movie. Now, I mean, okay, so like with all things, it totally depends on your point of view and what you're looking for. Do you happen to be looking for a 90-minute Mario music video? Then this is perfect for you. The Mario Galaxy movie is fine. Personally, I don't really like it all that much, but there are some things that I think I did kind of like a little bit. But more than that, I just feel like this movie is the latest symptom of a much bigger problem that we have going on. But I'll get more into that later. So for now, let's check out the Super Mario Galaxy movie with my new friend, Jonathan Strawman. The Mario Galaxy movie starts out with a new character, Rosalie. But before that, really quick, this video is sponsored by Raycon. You ever try leaving your house and going outside? Terrible experience. Going on a nice walk, running errands, just getting some fresh air and sunshine? No, thank you. But if you gotta do it, Raycon's gonna be right there with you with their Raycon Everyday Clip Earbuds. These clip earbuds are perfect for if you're one of those people who doesn't like how regular earbuds feel, and maybe you also don't want to carry around the big ones everywhere. They clip onto your ears with their memory metal clip, and they give you amazing sound quality while also leaving your ears open so you can hear all the wonderful things in the world, reminding you to stay in. They're specifically designed to work with glasses or if you have multiple piercings or whatever. So don't worry, you can use them regardless of your relationship with your parents. And of course, they are from Raycon, so you know you're going to get multi-point connection. You're going to get 8 hours of continuous use with 30 hours of total battery life. You're probably only going to have to charge these once a week, you know. And I'll tell you right now, they are perfect for ignoring your cat trying to trick you into feeding it again for the fifth time today. The Everyday Clip earbuds are the perfect addition to your everyday routine. Go to buyraycon.com/Alex Myers Clip.
All cats do that?
Thank you, Raycon, for sponsoring. Okay, back to the show.
Once upon a time, there was a brave and noble princess named Peach.
Okay, wait, hold on. Back up a second. So if this Luma is sucking on a pacifier, does that mean that Luma's breastfeed? This opens up a whole new world of fan art, I'll tell you that. She reads them a bedtime story, and then Bowser Jr. attacks her in this giant robot. It seems like Rosalina has the upper hand, but then Bowser Jr. goes for the baby Lumas as a distraction and kidnaps Rosalina, because she's nothing without her magic wand.
Oh, no one hurts my kids.
Never mind. So she can just do that, I guess. This movie are very clearly presented. While this is going on, Mario and Luigi are on their signature motorcycles, and they find Yoshi inside an old pyramid from Mario Odyssey. Who is this? Who could resist that? So some cool dinosaur just shows up and he's not. Okay, I actually thought this line was kind of funny. And that's one of the most frustrating parts of this movie is that there's these tiny kernels of a really funny idea.
Why does this keep happening?
You can tell that much like Disney, Nintendo takes its IP way too seriously to fully embrace the self-aware humor, you know? If you compare this to the Sonic movies, for example, not that these are masterpieces by any definition, but they're actually funny, competent movies with stakes and emotional character arcs. And the fact that Sega is so flexible with its characters is a big reason why these movies are actually pretty good.
We have a lot more, which I think we'll probably put in the DVD. Yeah. Shadow loves Latinas. That's another meme that we found a place for in the movie.
Give me back my passport. Why do you want to go to Mexico? I just love Latinas, Sonic. Gosh, Alex, all you do is hate everything. Your life must be so sad. You know, this does actually bring up a point that's related to all this. There's probably a much better term for this, but I don't know what that is. So I've been doing these videos for almost 10 years now, right? And I've really noticed a big change on the internet in the last couple of them. Criticizing movies or media in general has been around since forever. But recently, I've seen this weird push where all criticism of media in general is just brushed aside you're just being a hater. You didn't understand the material. You must have been on your phone the whole time. I made a video about Bridgerton season 4 and how I didn't really like how it wrapped up. And the most common response was this is for the girlies, Alex. It's not for you. And same thing with the Mario Galaxy movie, where the most common defense is it's a kid's movie. Don't think it's not for you. I personally find this kind of argument sleepless. This is
what I was going through last night. This is
it's
why
there's been this push for decades to have them treated as the legitimate movies that they are. But then when someone like me comes along and views and criticizes them in the same things that he suddenly it turns into, but I'm just a girl, and therefore I should not view them as legitimate movies.
You want to go outside, buddy?
Also,
Okay, hold on. I'm coming.
somehow this movie being for kids means that we should expect it to be garbage, and wishing for anything else is just, grown man upset about kids movie. It's all part of this really confusing trend I see where critical thinking and internalizing the media we consume is frowned upon now. There's this social pressure to just consume without thinking. Just fill your time. This movie took my attention away from my phone for 90 minutes. That means it's good. So later on at Peach's birthday party, one of the Lumas that escaped Bowser Jr.'s ship lands in Peach's castle.
Princess, our mom has been taken.
What happened?
A giant robot took her to a scary planet out beyond the Gateway Galaxy. Can you help us?
And just like that, Peach is off to do whatever this little guy just said. Meanwhile, Mario and Luigi are tasked with taking care of the Mushroom Kingdom and watching over Bowser, who's been shrunk down via one of those annoying mini blue mushrooms.
I made a masterpiece for Princess Peach. What do you think?
The criticism I'd give you
is it's trash. Well, that is ironic for you to say, Mario.
I'm gonna hit the sack. I need my 8 hours, or else I really
The tablet keeps turning off while I'm trying to color
So
reference.
right after this, Bowser Jr. shows up at the Mushroom Kingdom to fight Mario and get his dad back. And I will say, the fight scene here is pretty cool. But like, I guess I'm just in like a really tiny minority of people who don't really care about like, whoa, look at the graphics.
Turn off
Like,
low power mode.
CG movies have looked really good. I mean, you can see the texture on their hand, and you can see every single mustache hair. But like, this just means nothing to me. Like, no joke, I would rather have 10 more movies like Monster House, assuming they have the same level of writing and characters and humor and all that.
Try that again.
Well, Dad, why don't you kiss my hairy butt? Did you drink any beer? Then that must be the uvula. So it's a girl.
But anyway, enough self-indulgence. Back to the movie.
See, they put these jokes in movies. I don't like them. No, I'm not a vegan. Yes, it is cold.
Oh, finally, here we go. I've been waiting. Man, we never see Yoshi's cloaca. How am I ever going to get my money back now? So with this fight, Bowser Jr. sends everyone to a different planet, and coincidentally, now Bowser is free. Mario, just go ahead and hit him. Hit him.
Hit me now, you tiny pathetic failure of a flubber!
Seems that Mario needs to hit Bowser so the mini power-up wears off, but we saw him slam his tail in the door earlier, so I guess environmental hazards only don't count. This movie's literally unwatchable. This is sarcasm. So they make their way to the giant bee queen. Hi, we need some help getting off your planet.
You will have to speak to the queen, but the scary-looking guy stays here.
So when they meet the queen, she's mad that they ruined her flower garden, and so she's gonna send everyone to like the lithium fields or whatever bees make. And then Bowser just storms right in anyway, and the problem is solved literally 30 seconds later.
Someone must pay for their crimes.
Release them! I shall serve their sentence in their stead. Take me and send them to the Gateway Galaxy.
And this scene pretty much sums up the entire movie. Like, things just happen, a problem arises, and then gets solved immediately, and there's no real consequence to anything that anyone says or does. Yeah, Alex, because it's a kid's movie. This is literally a movie about Super Mario, a video game for children. Why are you taking it so seriously? Thank you, Mr. Strawman. That brings me to another point. Having just done videos recently about Zootopia 2, Hoppers, and now the Mario movie, it's become so painfully obvious to me that, like, kids' entertainment has unilaterally become much worse. You're just an old millennial who's being driven by blind nostalgia. Yeah, okay, I'm not just talking about my childhood. I'm talking about movies from, like, 2016, 2014, 2012. Now, when I watch these modern movies and I think to myself how dumb and brain-rotty they are, I often wonder if I'm just, like, totally off. So in preparation for this video, I also went back and watched the Lego movie from 2014, which also stars Chris Pratt. Chris Pratt. He's so cool. And is also about kids' toys, also full of slapstick and references and zany, fast-paced humor, etc., etc.
Lord Business, or as you think you know him, President Business, stole the Craggle, the most powerful object in the universe. Blah, 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 proper name, police name, backstory stuff.
I remember seeing this movie when it came out in theaters, and I haven't thought about it since. So this is definitely not just my nostalgia talking. I'm not saying this movie is a masterpiece, okay? But it basically does everything the Mario Galaxy movie does, but just better. In between the very thick satire and self-aware humor, like, there's actually a somewhat interesting story being told, and it wraps up at the end with like the real-world dad and son coming together, you know? You gotta hug her. Like I was saying earlier, I think one reason why this movie seems to work so much better, even though it feels similar, is because the Lego company doesn't take their IP like super seriously, as you can see from like the Lego games themselves, so they can reach further and deeper than something like Ralph Breaks the Internet or the Mario movies can. Who said that? Ghost Vitruvius. Even just from a visual point of view, I find the Lego movies so much more fun to watch because, like, they're actually Legos. You know what I mean? The fire is like, the water is like, and the ways they found to visually represent the movie are far more interesting to me than the Mario movie. It was basically just like, what if this stuff was kind of real? But that's all beside my point. The point is that, like, the Lego movie is a kids movie. Zootopia 1 is a kids movie. Toy Story 1, 2, and 3 are kids movies. And the further back you go, the more seriously people used to take kids entertainment.
When I started to put these things together, I guess it was this one that gave me so much trouble. I was trying to do it very fast, and I felt like I just couldn't get it together. And I realized that I would just have to take my time to do it right.
Like, it's well known that Mr. Rogers had child psychologists on staff when they were writing their shows to make sure they were telling kids the right things in the right way. I mean, compare Blue's Clues to, like, Coco Melon, you know what I'm saying? Blue's Clues taught kids things, it spoke to them slowly, it gave them time to respond, you know, like a kid's show. But now we're in this world where parents use TikTok and YouTube as babysitters, and kids are just growing up with fast-paced, quite literal brain rot. Like, there's a study from 2024 that shows that just 9 minutes of watching this kind of stuff quite literally causes children's brains to atrophy. And then movie studios feel like they have to speed everything up to keep the kids' attention, which only feeds into this whole cyclical problem here. I mean, if anything, I think we should take them more seriously because they are kids' movies. Because, like, the media you consume when you're a kid plays a huge role in shaping your personality, how you see the world.
Thank
Like,
you,
movies were
Alex.
really into
Yes,
2D animation.
exactly. And that's why my son is not allowed to watch
Pretty much all
hardly
the time.
nothing.
People make
Poor
this.
guy.
wanna
I
make
have to
this
be
too.
such a
I mean,
fucking
I think
bad,
the Goofy movie came out.
bad,
Goofy's
mean
idea
mom
was just like
and
get
say,
people
sorry,
Lego
buddy, no, we
baseballs
can't
or
go see
whatever.
Hopper
But then
in
they tried
theater.
to do something a little deeper and made one of the most, like, core memory, childhood defining movies of all time.
I'm not your little boy anymore, Dad. I've grown up. I've got my own life now. I know that. I just wanted to be part of it.
But, like, what is stuff like this doing for soft kid brains today? Aside from keeping their attention with jingling keys for 90 minutes.
Come here.
My dude, you could have just used your tongue to grab the zapper itself and save us all from having to watch Mario babies, which are easily the worst part of any Mario game. I'm planning on doing a video about Toy Story 2, so I watched it recently as well after watching Hopper. And, like, there's a huge slow chunk of that movie where Woody is watching his old 1950s, like, TV show, you know? And he watches it for a really long time. And I just kept thinking to myself how, like, Pixar would never do this today because they're scared of kids, you know, looking away for even just 2 seconds. Instead of that, it's just any slapstick every 3 minutes or less, which is actually a quote from Shigeru Miyamoto himself about why the Mario Galaxy movie is the way it is. Another approach is to create things using small partial units. For example, 30 units of 3 minutes make up 90 minutes. And it's very similar to my own method. Illumination's technique involves a lot of swapping and rearranging of those units, creating something with incredible density. For example, parents sitting there out of a sense of responsibility for taking their children to the movie theater, or a story that's moving for the parents but the children are running around the theater. I've always wanted to make a movie that isn't like that. So in that sense, I think it's good that we decided to make a fast-paced 90 minutes that would be over in no time to catch your breath. This is an insane thing to say. And, you know, I'm always saying, like, older kids' movies were better, but, like, literally, Illumination's own catalog of movies used to be better. I still maintain that Despicable Me 1 and 2 are legitimately good movies. The first one in particular, I think, is great. It's funny, it has all the dumb minion slapstick that kids and soccer moms love for some reason. But there's a lot of heart in this movie. There's like an emotional through line of the entire thing about how the kids and Drew both want supportive, loving parents, and they kind of meet each other halfway. You know what I mean?
Sorry, buddy. Show's over. Over?
And that movie's from 2010. So, like, I'm not even talking about the 90s one. It's like everyone needs to care more and try harder when they make kid stuff. And now we've all just accepted that kid stuff means it has to be garbage. Even like old Barbie movies that kind of something very recent. And these were like direct to DVD, low budget, little girl movies. And my dude, some of these are legitimately hilarious.
The Barbie movies are some of the funniest cartoons I've ever seen in my life.
So, any thoughts?
Hi there. I'm Barbie. What's up?
You so get me. We need to totally start over with our relationship. Hi there. I'm Ryan. What's up with you?
Okay, but like, can we get back to the Mario Galaxy movie, please? Gosh, trying to follow along with the Mario Galaxy movie like I usually do in my videos, it's kind of hard, honestly, because like the movie's just them going from set piece to set piece with little to no reason why. Like when Peach goes into the casino to fight the villains from that weird dream Mario had that one time, or when they meet Fox McCloud, you know.
Now I roam your galaxy, trying to find a way home. Doing good when the price is right. Oh, I also have cool space boots.
Hey, I know what boots are. Wow, this movie's full of things I know. That means it must be good. And then later, Mario and friends show up and also meet Fox.
Mario, I found out where Rosalina is, and this guy is gonna take us there.
Nice ride. Nice stash.
So this right here, this is something else that the movie does where like they're intentionally trying to subvert every trope, you know, like you think Mario's gonna get jealous and then he doesn't, that kind of thing. But in so doing, the movie just becomes about nothing. Like they're just running and fighting the whole time. And any slight hint of like depth or whatever is immediately pushed away. Another example, later on it looks like Peach and Mario are gonna get stuck on a Ferris wheel and we might have to sit through a slow, boring piece of character development. Ew, barf, am I right? But don't worry, kids, nothing cerebral is gonna happen. You won't ever have to think. I promise.
One more.
OMG, he said the thing. I'm literally crying right now. And then the movie ends with Peach realizing that she's not just a Mary Sue, she's like the Mary Sue.
Their love burned as brightly as the stars themselves. Together, they could summon the power of the cosmos.
That's right, little girls. You want to be a girl boss? Just be born special, idiot. And we also find out that Peach and Rosalina
You
are
want
sisters.
to just be born
Story
special,
begins
idiot.
many years ago when she lived on a small planet with her sister, Rosalina.
Which, like, I mean,
Who?
that's going to take my fanfic from a 7 to a 10 real fast, you know what I'm saying?
Why are you joking about cartoon porn,
Like I said,
Alex
I'm not thrilled by
Myers?
how beautiful the movie looks when it comes to
Why do
CG
people
or
like?
whatever. But I
This
do
is the
love when
thing.
they do like
He
the
is
fake analog
pandering
stuff, like
to
all
the
over the top.
fucking
And I
gamer
like the AR is
nerds,
pretty cool. And like the
and
entire
it's like,
ending kind of
oh,
to the
ha
movie.
ha 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 ha.
I mean, I
We
have to
like to
assume that
watch
this is all
cartoon
CG. Like
porn.
seeing this kind
Like
of
what?
human jank, even if it's artificial, like I find myself appreciating this much more as I get older. With all these recent movies, like so much of the praise is about like the CG is so beautiful, and like I don't know, man, I just cannot care less about that. Now, this is 100% my own bias here because I care so much more about 2D animation. I guess because like there's fewer shortcuts you can take. With 3D animation, I'm always thinking about like how much of this is animated by a person and how much is just plugins and simulation algorithms. You know what I mean? Like the Lego movie is very low frame rate and looks like Legos. Monster House looks like Nightmare PS1 Hagrid. But to me personally, these movies are far better movies than some of this recent stuff. Now, I'm not saying you can't or shouldn't like the Mario Galaxy movie. Okay, you can like whatever you want. Doesn't affect me at all. I guess I'm saddened in a way that like not just that studios are making movies like this, but like people as a whole have just accepted it and everyone's just like given up caring. But then also people think it's weird when you question. Like, just watch the movie, consume the content, don't think critically about anything. Just fill the void 3 minutes at a time.
Money? No, you don't need any food. Bro, you're not nursing 5 kittens anymore. You don't need all that food. If you were really hungry, you would be eating your dry food. I'm not stupid. Don't talk to me like that. That's not very nice.
Let me take you back to a simpler time of superhero movies, okay? 2005. All we had was a couple Spider-Man, X-Men movies, and they were fine. Great even, some would say. This is before the MCU was even a thing and, like, ran itself straight into the ground with how it is now. Where, like, they're literally just making Shark Boy, Lava Girl, and Spy Kids movies. I mean, come on. This dude is literally Mr. Electric, okay? You can't fool me. Anyway, so 2005, the movie Sky High. I guess I must have seen it at least once, maybe, but like I don't remember anything about it. But apparently, it's gone on to become a huge cult classic. And like this was a superhero parody movie before the whole superhero crazy was started. So what do you think we take a walk and check out Sky High? But before that, really quick, this video is brought to you by Incogni. It seems like almost every month you read something about some big data leak or breach and how now you have to change all your passwords because some website you used like 6 years ago got hacked or whatever, right? Now, what you might not know is that there's a lot of websites that sell people's personal information on the side for profit. That's why you end up getting all those spam emails, robocalls, your car's extended warranty, all that kind of stuff. And this is where Incogni comes in to save the day. Incogni is a service that reaches out to all these data brokers who buy and sell your information and it gets them to delete it and then continues to monitor.
Well, they do ask nicely.
And keep away from all your personal data. Stuff like phone numbers, date of birth, social security number, email addresses, shopping history, all of these are things that these companies are gathering and selling on the internet. And Incogni is here to put a stop to it. So click my link down below and sign up to Incogni to protect yourself from any and all future data leaks or nefarious persons buying all your personal stuff. The first 100 people who use code Myers with the link down below will get 20% off. And it's free to use for 30 days anyway. So you literally have nothing to lose except all this personal information. So again, click my link down below and start using Incogni today. Okay, back to the show.
By day, they live as Steve and Josie Stronghold, the top real estate agents in the metropolis of Maxville. For whatever duty calls, they are the commander and Catchment. Me, I have my own names for them. Mom and Dad. You look at them and see the defenders of the world. All I see is my dad wearing tights.
Well, I mean, I'm getting a little ahead of myself here, but your dad is Kurt Russell. Look, now the main character of this movie is Will, the son of these two superheroes, like he just explained. But here's the thing, okay? Crazy plot twist. Will has no superpowers.
I just have one small problem.
Yeah, so like not only does he not have superpowers, but like this dude can't even lift 70 pounds. This kid's got arms like Wazowski. But even worse than that, though, okay, is he can't tell his parents that he doesn't have any powers. Because, you know, he's their only son and they're the most famous superheroes in the world or whatever. Like, you can't just ruin the family name like that.
That was Bert Timmerman, and he is buying the Colonial on Pine Terrace above asking no contingencies.
But I think we're in line to that sales trip to Hawaii.
We haven't been to Hawaii since King Kamehameha set off that volcano.
So, wait, so last time you guys were in Hawaii was 1810? How old are you guys? Also, like, why is Will's mom, you know, kind of sort of little bit like really friggin' hot. Anyway, so today is Will's first day of freshman year at Sky High, the high school for superhero kids. But like we just learned, right, Will has no superpowers. So as you can probably imagine, for a variety of reasons, he's a little nervous about the whole thing.
I just want you to know how proud I am that you'll be attending my alma mater and someday following me into the family business. Maybe the next time I punch a meteor hurtling toward Earth, I'll be the one who shatters into a million pieces.
Yeah. Good talk, Dad. Like, whenever dads come in randomly and just, like, sit on the corner of your bed, you know you're about to get just, like, the most pointless advice you've ever heard. Hey, son, let me tell you about when I was your age in a world that no longer exists, and none of this will apply to you whatsoever. So strap yourself in.
I guess what I'm trying to say here, Will, is it's nice to know that whatever happens to me, you'll still be around to save the world.
Now, we also get to meet Will's longtime best friend, Layla, who does have superpowers, but all she can do is create plant life. That means, yeah, okay. Basically, that means she has control over the entire planet, but the movie just portrays her like some kind of goofy hippie girl or something.
Layla?
Good morning, Commander.
Thanks, Layla.
I can't believe you and Will are starting high school. Seems like just yesterday you two were swimming naked in the kiddie pool.
Yeah, okay, that's enough, Mom. Thanks for breakfast. Bye.
Thank you, Mayor. There's trouble downtown. Big trouble downtown.
So, slight tangent here, but like something about this movie I find very interesting is how it uses a lot of what they call Dutch angles, which is really cool and artistic for this like random tween superhero movie. It's kind of like how the old NES Pictionary game just has the greatest music of all time. Like, it was just Pictionary? How did this happen? Anyway, so Layla and Will head to the bus to go to school, and everyone's like, oh my goodness, it's the son of the captain in Jetstream. And then everyone's like, wow.
Word of advice: don't miss the bus, because the bus waits for no one. Except for you, Will Stronghold. You ever running late, or you running early, or you just want to talk? Give me a call.
Thanks, Ron.
Seriously.
And so, as these movies always seem to go, they walk into the school and they see all the other kids with superpowers, like the kids who can fly, or the cheerleader girl who can clone herself, or this guy who shoots a girl's butt with his laser eyes and then she just murders him. But would you believe that not every teenager with superpowers is an upstanding member of society, shall we say? Hey, freshman. Your attention, please.
I'm Lash. This is Speed, and as representatives of the Sky High Welcoming Committee,
We'd be happy to collect that $15 student fee. Wait, hold on. So this dude can run super fast, and he calls himself
Heather.
Speed. I was about to say this high school kid looks like he's at least 25, but it all makes sense now.
Hey everybody, I'm Gwen Grayson, your student body
That's
president.
my name. Don't wear it out.
You're all going to love it here at Sky High. I know I have.
My name's So for their freshman orientation, they all get to meet the teachers and faculty of the school, like the principal, Mrs. Powers.
Good morning. I am Principal
Ow,
Howard.
that hurt.
Wait a
Don't
second,
do that.
isn't Linda Carter? She's
No.
also like, I mean, you know, this movie's making me feel a whole lot of something. Okay, I'll tell you that right now. So after this, it's time for gym class, where they all have to go show the teacher their powers, and he'll decide.
Of course, the principal is Linda Carter. It's a superhero school, remember?
My name is Coach Boomer. Coach Boomer. Oh, this movie has aged beautifully.
Every year, there are a few students, or as I like to call them, whiner babies, who see fit to question and to complain about their placement. So let's get one thing straight. My word is law.
You know, I talked about gym teachers a little bit in my Ned's Declassified video, but especially gym teachers are just like always taking something out on you. Like gym class is
rude.
the worst thing. All right, kids, for the next 15 minutes, I'm gonna make you all look like total idiots in front of all your friends. And also, you gotta hold in your farts the whole time, or else you're gonna be socially exiled for some reason. Also, we do this twice a week, so welcome to hell. So the kids all start showing off their powers, like this kid can turn into a rock golem, or this kid can shapeshift, and they're put into the hero category, right? But then there's the other kids who can turn into guinea pigs or into like a puddle of goo, a la the Adventures of Alex Mack, and they're all designated as sidekicks. Now, since Will has no superpowers whatsoever, and after just getting the crap beat out of him by Mr. Boomer for a while, he also has to be a sidekick, which is a bad thing, because remember, Will's parents are super hot, but also superheroes.
I remember doing this to your father when he was just your age. Kicked me right through that wall. You haven't called him yet, have you? Like I want to be the one to tell the commander his son has no power.
Now, we don't ask her if she's ever heard of anyone like him before. You know, two super parents have a kid with no powers, that kind of thing. And turns out he's actually not alone.
Like who?
Well, I know of only one. Ron Wilson, bus driver.
Oh no, you're gonna be stuck as a blue collar worker? Nothing worse than being one of the essential integral parts of any functioning society. I mean, how embarrassing. Anyway, so like I said, Will's kind of not really sure what to do with himself now because he's not a superhero, but like everyone thinks he's supposed to be. And so, like, what's a 14-year-old kid to do?
Oh,
Will Struggle.
aha, mind reader.
No, moon tag.
Right.
Hey, listen, I need a freshman rep for the homecoming committee, so if you'd be interested, we could talk about it over lunch sometime.
I eat lunch.
This kid, I tell you what. To be fair, like I wouldn't be much different. Okay, this is exactly the kind of girl that, like back in high school, I would have told her how pretty she was like 8 times a day, and then she would have been like, "Wow, I sure wish I could find a guy just like you, but not actually you though." Okay, oh goodness, no. I mean, come on. Anyway, so Will knows he has to tell his dad eventually about the whole not having powers thing, but like, how do you even do that?
But now it's time for a new chapter in the story. The three of us fighting crime together, side by side. By side.
Well, so now that you're in high school, it's time for me to unfairly put all my hopes and dreams on your shoulders that you have to live up to, or else you're going to be a disappointment, which is the whole reason some people have kids, apparently. Thanks, Dad.
What was I supposed to do? He showed me the secret sanctum.
You have to.
Everybody expects greatness.
Well, you are great. When life gives you lemons.
Like, you see what I mean here? I mean, I'm telling you, this woman is a god. Anyway, so the movie continues out like this for a while until finally Will's dad is like starting to wonder why he's hanging out with all these sidekicks. You know what I mean? Like, Will's not going to be a sidekick.
Actually, they're all sidekicks.
Good for you, son. Kid of your stature hanging out with a bunch of sidekicks as a freshman? I didn't have the guts. And I can only imagine what your grandfather would have said that I brought some of them home.
You know, I'm starting to think this movie might be about discrimination and classism. Anyway, so that's when Will finally realizes he's true to himself and tell his dad who he really is.
Dad? Dad, I'm a sidekick, okay? I washed out of power placement.
washed out. Now, later on, we meet this Warren Beats.
Did you get it?
Now, Warren, along with having a really strong Jacob from Twilight energy, also has a dad who used to be a supervillain who was put away for life by Will's dad like a bunch of years ago. And this eventually erupts into a huge fight between Will and Warren, and Will's power is finally unlocked. It turns out he has super strength, that he's not just a sidekick after all, and oh boy, he just can't wait to tell his parents.
So, Will, anything interesting happen at school today?
Uh, well, as you may have noticed, I got my powers today.
Yes, we know. The principal called.
I sure wish he'd look at me that way. Will's dad takes him down to like the secret sanctum superhero room or whatever it is. Gives him a stern talking to about using his powers responsibly or something like that.
Come here.
You're not mad?
My boy has super strength. Can I be mad?
Oh my goodness, Will, I am so glad I don't have to grow as a person and accept you as being different than what I wanted. I mean, whew, that was a close one. So now that Will is a superhero, he gets to hang out with all the other superhero kids, which of course means he hangs out less with his old sidekick friends, including Layla. He currently has the big old crush for Will, okay? But he's too big to stay with Will, okay? You know? And somehow, for some reason, Gwen really has the hots for Will. Like, as in she literally goes to his house to meet his parents, but it's a normal thing to do.
That's hilarious. There they are.
When?
Mr. Stronghold, it's such an honor. I'm sorry to barge in like this.
Will and I were just hanging.
Gwen here's a technopath, and she's offered to help Will with his science homework. And she's a senior. Well, I know.
What was that? This is your proud mommy moment? Yo, my son's got super strength.
I doubt that.
And he pulled a senior girl? Wow, an 18-year-old senior dating my 14-year-old son? Definitely nothing great about that.
We said we were gonna.
Hello? Okay, bye, baby. I have to stretch my back out. Money, don't put your bottle on my face. Oh, oh my god, I just cracked it. Oh, Money, watch out. I love you. So, hi, sup, boss. Shout out from the Iowa LGBT community. All right, well, live your life how you want to, Chris, but just stay away from the children. Kids don't need to know about pleasure-based sexual education. Unfortunately, the facts are that sex between a man and a woman is biological, and therefore, in order to prevent, I understand the logic of why they tell kids about sex in school. So I understand kind of. My kid's not in school, if that tells you anything, but the logic I understand of giving sexual education on a biological basis, because we don't want accidental babies from uneducated kids, stumbling into sex. That's the theory, right? So biological sex is to prevent pregnancy. Biology is biology, but homosexuality of any kind, whether it's lesbian, gay, trans, whatever, that sex is 100% pleasure based. It's not biology. You can't accidentally have a baby from two coochies rubbing up against each other. You're not going to scissor me timbers and have a little scissor baby. Okay, so biologically, it's not necessary information for a child to carry in order to prevent child from doing something accidental. So there's absolutely no reason whatsoever that a child needs to know that gay means having sex and what that sex is and how they do it. A child can go, "Oh, two men are in love and they're together in a relationship." Okay, great. A child, because they don't have that knowledge and they don't think existentially, a child isn't going to go, "Oh, two men in a relationship means two men having sex with each other." They just don't have the knowledge or information in their head whatsoever to even think or conceive of an idea like that. That's like me as a total pleb just suddenly having an algebraic formulation appear in my mind. No, I don't think so. It's just not going to happen. I've never been taught. I haven't grown up around evolving, knowing what that kind of shit is. And so I'm not just going to build the picture in my mind of something that doesn't exist to me, because that's how our brains show us things. They show us pictures that relate to what we already know. So anyway, there's absolutely no reason truly that a child who has absolutely no business being involved in sexuality whatsoever having any clue what anal sex is about. You know what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying. Kids don't need to be in adult business. And when it comes to sex, that's adult business. And the only reason that adults want children, and I'm sorry, but you could be like, "Oh my God, that's so wrong." But that's because you've never actually really thought about it logically the way that I have, obviously. But um, the only reason that you would want a child to understand sex is because you want that child to be a peer of yours in sexual conversation or ideologies in general. Like, there's absolutely no reason why a child should know about sex. Once you introduce something to a child, they become curious about it. And that's why they did that, is because they actually want us to be ravenously horny people so that we can't make only a person who has by choice been celibate
will understand what I'm talking about. But when you remove yourself from the world of like sex, 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 fuck, get fucked, your brain chemistry changes and you no longer see the world through the lens of sexuality. It's quite enlightening. It really is. It's a wonderful feeling. But yeah, so as a mother, I have done everything I can to prevent my child from stumbling into information that he just has absolutely no business knowing. Like, what good could possibly come from my son having an understanding of anal sex? That will make him curious and that will make him start to put things up because that's what children do. Okay? I'm sorry, but that's not good parenting. That's the antithesis of good parenting, actually. I want to protect my child from exposure to things that will breed in him a curiosity that cannot be undone. Once you ring a bell, it can't be unrung. You know what I'm saying? So, anyway, I'm over that. I know there's a kid's book about two penguins raising an egg. There's a kid's book called Genderqueer. I highly recommend that you Google some of the images since you didn't have the pleasure, like I did, of stumbling upon it in the wild and in a library. But let me just tell you that at the height of all of the craziness of like introduce, you know, gender bending to children and push it on them and everybody's wearing fucking rainbows and everyone's colorful. Kids love colorful things. That's the only reason they like rainbows, you fucking assholes. Anyways, at the height of that, I decided I was a single mom living alone, completely off grid. I had no electricity, no water, no nothing. I had to generate and fetch everything of my own. I lived like that for 3 years with my son. He was 7, 8, 9 years old. And I considered, okay, you know what? This is really hard doing all this homesteading and farming and shit, raising animals. I think I might be open if the school is small and like everybody knows everybody. If it's a small town school, I am very open to putting my son in it because it was like rural. I expected it to be kind of like you know a cowboy kind of a situation more so than anything because everybody lives rurally. Boy, was I wrong. um anyway, went into the library, and in the library was like, how they put like displays, a triangular shape of displays, and then like some of the books will be open, some of them will be stacked on top, and then an open one will be on top of that stack, and like these like varying heights so that no matter what height you are, your eyes can go to open pages and kind of draw you towards the book, right? It's anyway, I walk in, the first thing I see is a comic book, and I'm like, oh, what's this? Walk over to it and flip through it, and there is a child on its knees in front of what doesn't look like a child, but apparently in the book is a peer of the. Anyways, two children in the book. Okay, what? If you read that book, there's no reason that book should be in school. It is a cartoonized comic book style version of a book where a woman trauma dumped about her terrible childhood, her abusive childhood, where her parents like severely neglected and abused her. And it tells the story of what she went through as a fucking now non-binary adult or whatever. And it just goes to show that people who do not know themselves fundamentally, who question their own gender, it is mental illness. It is not you. I mean, sure, you may be born with mental illness. Sure. Okay. But it is still an issue with the brain. And it is mostly brought on by sexual trauma. Every single person who says they're non-binary has been molested. 100%. So, explain to me how and why I should introduce my child to that so he can adopt these trauma tendencies without actually experiencing the trauma. That's what abusing your child. So if you were abused as a child and you go on to just like be a fucking terrible parent, maybe you don't abuse your kid in the same way that you were abused, but you like are hyper like OCD. Like you don't let your kid do this because you did that as a child and you got hurt. you're making your child live live the results of trauma without the traumatic experience themselves, which can traumatize a child. So like, what the hell? What, how, and you got to realize that the Israel lobby, who has been paying for this, they were all like Democrat before, but now all the Israel lobby is like big Republican now, and they're the snake that slithers from left to right, going and whispering in the ears of politicians. You know what I'm saying? And so that is what's happening. If you go and look at who runs the pornography industry, go look at who owns every single corn website out there. Just go look and see. It's crazy when you find out the truth that a rabbi and a nice old Jewish couple are basically the people who run the entire pornography industry. And that Rabbi Shmuley, guess what business he's in with his daughter? They sell dildos. It's really crazy if you think about how these people have spent 80, 90, 100 years intentionally making America an over-sexualized, lazy, entitled, gross, all the gross behavior that we as Americans are just like, ugh, that is not very American in my opinion. Like, why are we doing this? Like, what is this for? Like, why is this happening? Those, I swear to God, all come from the Israel lobby. Pretty crazy, in my opinion. You got to understand, though, that's the same people who own the vaccine lobby. It's every single, and I really wish I was making this up, but everything that you as a true logical and moral adult, I'm not a Republican and I'm not a Democrat. Okay. I'm in the middle. Okay. I'm in the middle because some things that the Democrats like go for, I lean more towards. Some things that the Republicans I lean more towards. I would prefer a Christian based society versus a satanic based society. You know what I'm saying? Like a super liberal society where, you know, men are pegging each other on the streets. Yeah, I don't want that. So, but they intentionally do this to us. They intentionally throw us into these situations, like with the LGBTQ thing that just happened the last few years, and since like 2010, really. That whole thing that we are just now kind of coming out of, or on the other side of, because so many people were like, wait a minute, this is fucked. But like, that was intentional so that we would overcorrect. They want us, okay, so they want us to get here, but they can't just say we want to go here. So what they do is they go, oh, they nudge us over here, over here, over here, and then because this nudging is so crazy, it overcorrects and goes this way. So now they're heading this way. They go this way, too far, too far, too far. Oh, we got to overcorrect this way. And by those overcorrections, we get closer and closer and closer and closer to the goal that they want. That's what's happening. And that's how it's called the tyrannical tiptoe. Look it up. Leap I have never stopped noticing, and the noticing never began. It's just always been. I'm the person who was cast from society during COVID. I'm the person who's been made fun of because I thought 9/11 was an inside job. I'm the one I'm the one that said, I don't know, but did the people in the Columbia space? I don't believe that they died. I believe that they were faking a shuttle launch and it blew up. So then they had to put these people in hiding. I mean, have you ever seen, there's like a casting agency that you can sign up to be a crisis actor. Did you know that? It's just, I'm not stupid, and I have this eye. My eye sees, and I just can't help it. But I can tell when someone is faking it, whether they're an acting or they're just being fake. Like, I don't know. It's just something, it makes me like, I don't even understand what I'm thinking. Like, it's not like I'm like, oh, that person was faking it. But there's just like, even if like everybody loves them or they've got a big, huge YouTube channel and they're so popular, everybody loves them. But there's just something about it. Like, yeah, sure, their content is good. I'll catch it every now and again. This is just an example because I have a person in mind specifically. But You know, this happens all the time. I just, for some reason, I don't like them. And I don't want to be near them, or I don't want to be their friend. I'm not drawn to hang out with them. For some reason, like I couldn't even explain it. I just, eh. And then later, time will go on, and it proves to be true that my discernment is 100% on point every single fucking time. The people who have been able to like fool me or whatever were just really good at what they were doing. Like the lady who I share my land with, she's a really good manipulator. We all think the manipulators in our lives are like master manipulators, and that no, we're dumb. We're easy to fool because we're trusting. That's truly what it is. But that was a set of circumstances that completely made my guard was completely let down. But guess what? That's why I do not any longer try to make friends with people just because my son likes her son. I don't do that no more. Nope. Learn my lesson. Your boy Swank, yeah, because your name definitely sounds like someone who's advantageous and works a job. Anyway, I own like, see, I was asking this question earlier. Okay, so I am a business entity, right? I own my own business. With that business, I have different jobs, right? So like I do this job one day, I do that job another day, I do this job another day. Am I a business owner and it's just my business? It's one. Or do I consider myself to be a person with 4 jobs? Because I have 4 completely different jobs from each other. They're all different from each other. Some things overlap, like I cut my rugs after I tuft them, and I also do that with like yard grass and stuff. So it's overlaps in that way. But am I an adult with 5 jobs, or am I just a business owner and like my business is multifaceted? Cuz I don't know. I wish that my discernment wasn't so damn good sometimes, because it sucks being the first one all the time. Like, it sucks being the first one to say, like, the sky is falling, the sky is falling. And then people are just like, look at you. No one's going to listen to you. Look at you made such good choices to tattoo your face and draw. Yes, I did, because it makes people that are assholes like you announce themselves when they walk in a room. I'm a nice person. Okay. I like giving people the benefit of the doubt, because I would want the benefit of the doubt. You know what I mean? When it comes to, I judge people based on what I literally see them doing. If I see someone being an asshole, guess what? Oh, that person's an asshole. And so I tattooed my face because I didn't used to have this strong discernment. I used to just give everyone the benefit of the doubt. I just assumed everyone was like me, and that I should just, trust everybody, and that God had my back. But I was proven wrong a lot. And so now I have developed an extremely strong sense of discernment. And honestly, my face tattoos helped me do that, because I would I know, I started to realize that if someone was a fucking asshole, like just the kind of person that I don't want to be, like these people, the one that's going to lie on you or manipulate or do something, they're just not good people, just in their hearts. They're just not good people. They're not going to do the right thing when no one's looking. Okay. Those types of people literally cannot help. They literally cannot fucking stop themselves from typing, "Oh, your ugly face tattoos," or, "Oh, your stupid dreadlocks." It's so funny. It's amazing. I love it so much, because like I don't even have to think about it. Like I literally don't have to do any energy expenditure whatsoever. Now, people who suck just tell me they suck. And I don't even have to like, oh, I'll be like, "Oh, well, that person just fucking sucks. Who cares what they think?" Oh, it's so nice. Yeah, see, you got to think about that with these data centers that they're building. All of us has made it very clear that we don't want all this AI. The reason that they're forcing all this AI crap onto us is so that they can use the excuse. They can say, "Oh, well, AI is in everything now, so we need more data centers to process all that data. Why do you need a 65 square mile data center in Utah to process the AI that we don't want? We don't want this in our fucking banking accounts. We don't want this in I don't want an AI result every time I type into Google. I just want to find the fucking website that I forgot what the type name is. I don't need a whole fucking printed out answer. So, like, we don't want this. We've made it clear we don't want it, but they're pushing it on us. And the reason they're doing that is because they want to say, oh, well, we got to build all these data centers. No, the reason that they're building these data centers is because they're installing all these flock cameras, right? Every fucking house has a security, a fucking Ring doorbell or whatever it's called, in order to watch you 24/7 and really watch you, it takes a lot of data. They have to process that data somewhere. So in order to process data, so you got also, remember, Ford patented this past year a patent for if you're touching like you can't drive your car if the car decides, if the AI in the car decides that you're drinking, you've got a headache, you're not capable of driving, the car is going to not even shift into gear, okay? So in order to process that data, right? In order to surveil you and decide whether your fucking biometric data is functioning, there's millions of cars on the road, right? They've got to have the infrastructure in place. So that's what they're doing. And the funny thing is you remember when they did this thing where they're like, oh, by 2030, all cars are going to be electric, right? But we're still on the old electrical infrastructure. They have not been building new electrical infrastructure, but surely they gonna build these data centers real quick. Y'all are crazy if you think for 1 second they're doing this for our own good. They've never once done anything for our own good. It's like when you have so like you have a newspaper, right? And you read an article that you have some knowledge about, and you're like, what the fuck? This isn't true. They're not telling the truth about this at all. I know for a personal fact that this isn't true. And here they are telling it like it's the truth. And then you turn the page in the newspaper and you go, oh my God, can you believe what happened here? Oh my God. If they'll lie about the thing you know about, what makes you think they're not lying about like everything? It's like amnesia. You turn the page and you have amnesia. It's cold. I'm shivering. I'm putting my clothes back on. Where's my onesie? Oh my God, it's my day off. Yeah, and I'm a smart enough person to know that I don't have to prove my intelligence to anybody. So when people come into my chat and shit and they like try to troll me like, oh my God, you're so fucking stupid. Yup, sure am. Sure am, buddy. Man, you sure called that one. Hoo-wee. What would we ever do without you? I really hope that the fucking two darker browns are not so close in color that they're impossible to differentiate. It's really gonna suck. Oh, I want to listen to something. Yeah, that's actually not true, Jeff. The only way that we can fight back is by having children and raising them correctly. That's the only hope for the future. Like, if we just all just like, oh, well, society sucks, so we can't have kids. If we do that, we are guaranteeing that society is going to suck more, because people like us who are like seeing very clearly the manipulation, our genetics aren't being passed down. So the noticers and aren't gonna we need to have children more than anybody. That's like the only way to save the future is through the children. That's our children are the future. Literally. They're the tangible, the only thing that we can touch that is going to make it in the future. You know what I'm saying? So if we as people, adults with discernment and an intellect and logic and a fucking ability to navigate this, that's why we can't just give our kids to the public school. That's why you need to homeschool your kid, so that you can ensure that every waking moment of their lives is spent learning how to be a functioning adult and how to do things right, how to make good decisions. And the more of us that have children and teach, we don't just hand our kids over to the fucking government and be like, okay, see you in 8 hours. What? I couldn't even imagine, dude. I would literally, no, I want to hang out with my kid. I don't understand that concept. I don't understand why people don't want to be with their children. That's the whole point. What did you have a kid for if you didn't want to hang out with them all the time? I don't get it. I don't fucking get it. I will never get those moms that like give their kids to their own moms. It's like, hello, she raised you and you came out like this. You're going to hand your baby over to her? I don't fucking think so. No. My child is the most important thing to me in the world, and if I had any it wasn't in my it wasn't my path to have multiple children. Truly, my sanity, I couldn't handle it on a day-to-day basis, because my path was not meant to be shacked up with a man. I'm supposed to be single for at least a large chunk of my life. So, I'm not I don't particularly I don't think that I would be competent enough to be there for my son the way that he needs and deserves if there were more of them, to go around. That would not be good for me as a single woman. But if choose correctly and you don't just have a baby because, you can. I didn't have my child until I was 30, so it's not law, and you can homeschool. Trust me, the people who are teaching your children are less qualified than you. Just because they have like a little piece of paper from a fucking government institution, that just means that they shook hands with the correct people. Doesn't mean that they actually fucking learned anything. I don't know if you've I don't want I went through the public education system to some degree. I never thought I would ever say this, but I am so grateful that my mom was such a fucking piece of shit. If she wasn't such an awful human being, if I had been if I had been nurtured and I had been like taken care of, I wouldn't be the independent, capable person that I am today. And my mom was such a fucking lazy piece of shit that she didn't feel like getting up and getting me and my sisters and stuff off to school, even though it meant she'd have the whole day as a break. She just couldn't be bothered, like, with any of it. So she homeschooled us. And my mom unschooled us accidentally. But that's only because I'm the person that I am. That's because I was like, I don't want to just fucking sit around here all day watching TV. If that's what I'm going to be doing and taking care of my sisters, then I might as well be learning something. So I just became obsessed with documentaries. I've watched probably 50,000 different documentaries in my life. You can't trust documentaries today, unfortunately, I've noticed. They don't just document, they try to plant a seed. They're always trying to make you think things instead of just giving you the information and letting you think what you want about it. That's what I want. I just want to be handed the information. I don't need you to nudge me in one direction or the other. If the information is good, then I'll naturally be drawn towards the good information. I don't like nobody telling me what to think. Just give me the fucking information and I'll figure the rest out. Thank you. Unschooling is very cool. That's how we do our son. Now it's gonna get hot. Ooh, yes. Instant better. Yeah, I unschool my son, but like conscientiously, you know. We don't just like, oh well, you're just not doing anything like my mom did. I don't trust my son. My son is not like me. My son is not independent like that. So, his 20s are going to be really hard for him, for sure. He's going to have a lot of like very miserable and uncomfortable situations happen to him. But that's because of the way he chooses to do things. He likes to make things very hard on himself. But can't say that I can't relate. I just wish that he had more um like audacity. He has a lot of audacity, but like unless he's really really interested in something, he doesn't have the gumption like I do to just be like wake up one day and be like, "You know what? I think I want to make rugs." And then buy all the equipment and then teach myself how to do it and then start a business making rugs. You know what I mean? He's not like me like that yet. But I feel like if I just exist as I am, full tilt, and he sees me, he'll be able to at some point, you know, be like, oh yeah, what would my mom do? She'd probably just start her own business. This is the first time in my life, though, that I've ever sold anything. I've never sold things before, ever. I'm not a salesperson. Hawking things on people that they don't need is not my thing. I don't like it when people make me like, I don't like being sold to, and I don't like, it makes me feel gross. I don't like it.
I've been covering the quartering situation for a while now, and it all started all the way back when Jeremy Hambley, the quartering, threatened to take down Kino Casino's Clips channel on YouTube. And shortly after EMZ just meeting with Kiwi Farms, the Clips channel came down. And then Jeremy Hambley claimed that he had nothing to do with that. It was just a coincidence. He was just talking big talk about his
really, really fucking hate this. This is what the sewing machine does to me. Is I do 2 fucking stitches and then the string fucking breaks or comes out or whatever. What's happening to me right now is the exact same thing that why I don't sew. I sew by hand.
Point to, I don't
I'm gonna
know
end up
how
getting
it
one of
could
those.
not be Jeremy Hambley that
If
was
anybody
the
loves
person
me,
that
please
set
buy me
these
a
takedown
gecko.
orders up
I need
their
a
channel.
gecko
And the information
tufting
comes to us
machine.
directly from Kino Casino and Andy Worski. And it was a pretty
For my business.
looking tweet. But what he says in this really
I'm gonna get a
dives
gecko
at the
and then I'm gonna get a
behind
hand
the curtain
crank.
of YouTube and how really broken the entire system really is. He says, we went through some legal channels and got Quartering's YouTube rep to get felted and got her. So this tells you they even know who it is. It's a girl. Got her removed from both cases. They were forced to close both case files, which, although we lose the channels, we are now able to reapply for new channels, which is in process now. Suffragette and Andy Worski continued some additional information.
You fucking bitch.
If a manager isn't closing your case, that's so you cannot reapply for a new channel. So this is a very vital line here to explain what they were struggling with because they weren't able to open a new channel while their case was pending. So they had to go through legal channels, i.e., contact a lawyer, get in touch with YouTube through a lawyer to get them to look at what happened and say, oh, your case was pending and you're not able to reapply for a new channel. But if you go through legal channels, what happens is the manager loses the case and it is sent to a higher up team. Now that it is closed, we can reapply using the new policies. This is what really sucks. They cannot get the Kino Casino Clips channel back. So all the years, all the videos, all the work that got put into making that channel what it was, it's all gone. It's trash. It's removed, and YouTube cannot bring it back. And the reason why I believe they can't bring it back is because if they did, they would have to admit that what they did was illegal and wrong. I firmly believe that's why it's deleted. And they say, hey, you know what? You can apply for a new channel, but we are not going to change our decision because changing our decision admits fault, and then you can sue us for that and we could lose. I firmly believe that's why they did what they did. It's so messed up. We will need to wait a certain amount of time, which sucks. But if we were in limbo, we would never be able to get a new channel, which is what their plan was. So allegedly, Jeremy Hambley the quartering and his quote unquote non-Pajit YouTube rep knew what they were doing. And if that's the case, that person needs to get fired post haste immediately. They need to find out directly. YouTube needs to find out directly who this girl was and what she was meddling with behind the scenes to fuck over Kino Casino, where there was no right for her to do that. They need to lose their job. She probably thought, by the way, that she was
Zara Rumpelstiltskin, check this out. Look at the front.
this is something that would just all blow over. But no, it is probably the biggest story of 2026 in all of YouTube. And I don't even think that's a stretch to say.
The cat's gonna look so good. I have to do the eyes still. The eyes don't have any color to them yet, so they just look like black blobs. Oh, it looks so good.
Biggest story of YouTube.
Wish I could see it the way you guys do. I can't get back there.
This is a big deal. They probably didn't think how big this would get. It's huge. I said, bittersweet.
Do you remember that show, Ah, Real Monsters?
It's being resolved, but beyond fact that the old channel cannot be returned. Once again, all signs point directly to the quartering for being the man behind.
Think of
this.
eyeballs.
It is
I just
so
need eyeballs in my hand.
beyond messed up. Rex Racer says, why won't the original channels be able to be reinstated?
You see it?
Andy Worski said, my guess is they don't want to deal with
Crumb
the situation anymore.
from Ah,
and
Real
marking the
Monsters.
channels back
That used to
would
have,
be admitting to
it's got
fuckery.
Velcro. It used to have eyeballs.
Doesn't matter.
I should make
Now we are
eyeballs.
going through the proper channels to get a new channel. So messed up. Camel Cat says, awesome to hear the new channels being reapplied.
I'm gonna make eyeballs
Looks
one
like
day.
Jenner isn't more powerful than freedom
Yeah,
of speech.
Ah, Real Monsters.
Next Miller time will be glorious.
Papa?
And Savvy, this is really important to go through here. Savvy says,
Papa's been with me
apply
through it all.
proof a rep tied to him actually was harming you? Or is this just what you think was happening? The rep should be outed and, quite frankly, terminated. 100% agree. But with everything, how on earth can YouTube allow the channels to remain gone? And Worski replied, well, the proof is a single legal action got both cases closed. Plus him threatening us. Both channels going down at the same exact time, etc., etc. I don't think we need live 4K footage of him in the phone at this point, Lamau. Well, this was also at the same time that he was threatening to take them down himself. So, I mean, two and two together. He was also caught with the link in his browser history from the email from YouTube that he refuses to showcase what it was. And when Bering was like, bro, Bering, his friend, was like, bro, just show it to me and let me know what it was so I can tell people. You don't have to show it to everyone. He's like, oh, I can't find it now. So again, all signs point to Jeremy definitely was the person that did this. But then once it got found out that it actually happened and came back on him, he's like, oh, no, it wasn't me. It could have been anyone. No, it was you, Jeremy. Savvy says, no, I understand that. I just mean this is a very big deal. To me, what you say is definitely convincing enough but I just thought maybe we got a name or something, and the name was one Hambley has said before. Worski says, well, they won't release that in. All I know is that the same person in charge of both cases got dropped for the legal team. I don't have a name. They just had to close the cases. Goblin Slayer says, here you go. If they don't leave my family out of it, I'm going to take everything they have. I'll never apologize for it either. I haven't done any flagging. Their channel is a walking TOS violation. I know they are ban evading. It would have been way easier to have their channel removed. I haven't done that. I know you're big mad at me, but if they keep bringing my family into shit, I will act. And then this is with the whole non-Pajit YouTube rep and saying I'm going to contact them. This is brutal. But the key takeaway was down here. This is a win-win. I can burn it all down, lol. I have 5 years guaranteed salary at Rumble. If they balk, that's not on you, and I still support Kiwi Farms. I can assure you, Jeremy, Kiwi Farms does not support you. Not looking great for one Jeremy Hamley. And we got Josh from Kiwi Farms. He says, it is ridiculous that YouTube has internal mechanisms for admitting they fucked up, and then the course correction is just to let it stay fucked up and demand that people recreate accounts. Denaturalize and deport Neil Mohan. This is our future if we let Indians take over tech. Based and he is 100% right. No corporation should be allowed to just, instead of doing the right thing, just say, yeah, we fucked up. Now it's on you to fix it. No, 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 no. That's not how this works. Meme copium. The quartering has allegedly lost his quote non-Pajit YouTube rep, which will prevent him from abusing his ad manager partner from taking down channels going forward. A huge win for free speech, and might explain why he said he's moving everything from YouTube to Rumble. I do not feel bad covering this guy and dunking on him. And the more I find out about him, the more I'm like, this guy can get absolutely fucked for all I care. The Keno Grove says, wait, the quartering, and then tags quartering's alt account, said he didn't have a YouTube rep. Another lie. Suffered Jer. This is quote tweeting Yeet. Andy Worski drops an update on YouTube channels. Will lose the original channels, but can now reapply for new channels after getting the quartering's YouTube rep removed from both cases. And of course, with all of this happening, you know who's still standing by this guy? Melanie Mack, who coincidentally is being paid by him. Hotep says, Melanie Mack, by the way, how retarded do you look right now? Melanie Mack, people accused him of false flagging that he didn't even do. Now it's turned into a giant grift. Weird, Melanie. Looks like he actually did do it, and now we have some proof showing that. I wonder if Melanie's going to walk back what she was saying and be like, you guys are right. I was wrong. Finally. I wouldn't hold your breath on that. A chunk of the anti-woke space turned woke with cancel campaigns and drama farming. It's all a grift while news is slow. While news is slow, Melanie, you can say whatever retard words you want to say. This is the biggest news I think I've ever covered in nearly a decade on YouTube. Nick Monroe, Andy Worski, and Power Truth win against the quartering as Andy confirms that Jeremy used dirty backtail tactics were used to try to silence Kino Casino. Feel free to bookmark my post anytime.
Well, you guys want to see what
Jeremy
it looks like from the other side?
tries denying it. Here we go. We went through the legal channels that I talked about here. Jay Viper. So you have to lose the channels over it? That
What?
freaking sucks. Did you get confirmation on the rep? That's a big one.
I don't understand what you mean, John.
Well, when you go through the YouTube rep loses the case, and it can go. Izzy says, so is that for the original? He says, unfortunately, application for a new channel. And we do have some Southern Craig and side scrollers that he had specifically spoken to Andy Worski to talk about what's actually transpiring here. I want to cover this before we end it. This is crazy here. Hold on. He got very lucky with the situation. This person violated terms of service, but will reapply for a new channel. I mean, otherwise they would just reinstate the channel. Something is fishy. He says, to be fair, everyone is able to reapply. However, you cannot in the appeal process. So, yeah, this is fact. And the fact that we have reached this point, and all signs point to good old Big Jer. Like everything is saying this is the rep happened. Both. Because I mean, the other explanation is some other random tard on social media happened to a rep and did this. Which likely the guy who said he has a rep, who was saying he's going to take it down, or some rando that had a rep. I mean, could be anyone. What's happening? 100%. Man, is it close? If it's not, I don't know how anybody can look at this and say this is not his doing, right? And for me, once obviously ridiculous, in his words, that he does. Both these things are horrible, and it's amazing to see. More than the truth, Quarter Pounder is trying to get, Chrissy on her show. Stop supporting fake people. Right. Thanks, Raging Wolf. Appreciate it. That's probably the biggest thing here, and I would love to. Like, there's no way he did this. It's like, here it is. It's right here. Yep. What do you want? It's right here for you. Well, no, I love how when you're doing it, how as it goes between them, it just looks like a black, a black blob. But then once you start to do the lighter color, you start to see like the differentiation. That's so neat. Where I want to share this information with you. And like I said, I asked Worski if I could share this because this is crazy. I like that a good idea. And I'm sure they're going to go into more information about all this stuff. But the way they did this, I can't see it the way I want to. And genius. Anyways, and this is what the drawing looks like. So if it looks like that, I'll be happy. Let me just say this. Or at least close to that. I asked him if they knew who the rep was, and they said that YouTube did not tell them who the rep was. Okay. He said, but we filed with a lawyer for just the clip account. And both cases got shut down. But outside of that, they wouldn't tell any more details. But here's the thing. This is the crazy thing about this. And I hope they talk about this more because this is so lucky and so fascinating. He says, we went through the EU legal system, which requires YouTube to close. Did you hear? Or they go. Did you guys fucking hear Kevin O'Leary on Tucker Carlson? Do you know what they're planning on doing? I didn't even fucking conceive of at all. But apparently this is like a plan that's cooking with the billionaires and Trump and all that stuff. They're planning on merging the United States and Canada in the same way that the EU has come together. So that our economies merge. Not the countries, just our economies. They are trying, dude, go watch the Tucker Carlson episode where he's talking. The only thing that people are talking about is the data center. Nobody's latched on to this little thing that he just happened to casually mention, that we're going to be merging economies with Canada. What? He said it might not be in President Trump's term. It might be the next president. It might not be who's ever running Canada right now. But he's like, it will be within the next 10 years or some shit like that. I didn't even think about that. These motherfuckers. Yeah, why do they need data centers? Because they're about to put us all on a digital ID / total digital money. And they need to be able to process all the data from our cars that are watching us, our cell phones that are watching us. This FISA thing they just did is nerve-wracking. And don't forget that when Obama
or it was Biden. It was recent, relatively recent. It was either Obama or Biden. I think it was a Biden. Might have been Obama though. Changed the military law. So in the United States, there was a law within our military that said that they are not allowed to do harm, or like they cannot do harm to any Americans. But they took away that part of it. They took away that part of the law. So now, legally, our military is allowed to carry out action against us. So that's fun. I'm sad. It's raining. I gotta close my window. I was enjoying that.
Or they get fined 6%. As much shit as I talk about the EU and the government, at least the EU does hold corporations accountable. Far more than what you can say about the United States or anywhere else in the world. The EU does hold these corporations accountable of their profits. And the reason this works out is because their editor is from over there. And that's like the one place you can do that. I don't know if they said publicly whether I don't know, put that out there, right? But yes, they were incredibly lucky with this year. So they're going to hold off. And let's go back to just because the editor who had the channel operating out of somewhere over in the EU, they were able to go that route legally to have this happen. Otherwise, they would have been boned. Like SOL. That's it. You can't do anything. No options. No alternatives. The way allegedly, the way Jeremy and his rep organized this situation, just to put a bow on this, from what I understand is Jeremy contacted his non-Pajit YouTube rep. That rep is like, I got you. Got in touch with these channels in the back end of YouTube and put a lock on them and put them in a pending status of they are being held under review and cannot be changed. The status is broken on them. And once it goes there, there was nothing you can do to change that. So even though it says pending for YouTube, what I'm learning is that's basically another word for it. It's over, bro. They just say pending and it just stays pending forever. And there's nothing you can do to change that. And the only way they're able to get around that was a legal threat through the EU that threatened a 6% fine on YouTube and Google. And for them to be like, okay, now this is serious enough for us to take it from that person, raise it up to another team. And as they do that, their internal mechanisms of YouTube is to automatically shut the case, close it down. So it's not allowed to be in a pending status. And as soon as it's shut down and not in a pending status, then you're able to, after a certain amount of time passes, reapply for a new channel. They will not bring you a new channel back, your old channel back. They will not give you the old channel back ever again. You have to just start all over again. So it's very bittersweet right now. It's yes, they will have Casino come back, and the editor will be able to do it once they get that new channel improved and get it up again. But all the clips and everything they've worked so hard for over the years are gone.
Dude, my back.
And it's all because
old ladying.
Again, most likely Jeremy Amble.
Uh-oh.
And that is one of those, once you squeeze the toothpaste out, you can't put it back in.
Oh no.
And the internet is going to remember this one forever. That is the scarlet letter on Jeremy Hambley. He will never, ever go anywhere now after that. That is horrible. At least Kino Casino Clips channel will be back eventually. And when it does come back, the good news is it's going to blow up, probably bigger than it ever was before. So there is some justice when that happens too. I'll leave that there. Last Shout says, no, they'll forget. No, they won't. No, they didn't forget about Jarbo. They're not going to forget about Jeremy. It's going to go crazy, though. It really will.
Ooh.
Okay, so like I've covered a lot of rom-coms over the years. The Netflix rom-com renaissance, Disney Channel movies. I just did Crazy Stupid Love, which is one of my favorites. But somehow I haven't done 10 Things I Hate About You yet. The classic rom-com of all classic rom-coms. 10 Things I Hate About You came out in 1999, based on the Shakespeare play The Taming of the Shrew. The movie was also the big breakout hit of Heath Ledger, being his first non-indie role ever. And then of course he went on to become, you know, Heath Ledger. But anyway, so as February is coming to a close, I figured it was finally time for me to cover the movie that I should have covered years ago. I don't know why it took me so long, but hey, come along, kids. Let's take a walk. So the movie starts off with a great introduction to one of our main characters, Kat. Preppy girls riding in a car. One of them has a crush on Jafar.
Oh no.
That girl never gonna stay on track. Like being paid for your space like butt crack. I'm starting to get the feeling she
I gotta go
might not
hang
be
from
like
the center
But hey,
thing
to
real
be
quick.
fair,
I'll
it
be
was
right back.
1999, so this trope hadn't been mercilessly beaten to the ground yet. Now, today's the first day of school for the new kid in town, Cameron, played by a tiny little baby Joseph Gordon-Levitt. So,
Oh God.
Cameron, here you go.
Ow.
9 schools in 10 years. My. Army brat?
Yeah, my dad is,
That's enough. I'm sure you won't find Padua any different than your old schools.
and so Cameron is then introduced to Michael, whose job it is to show him around the new school and introduce him to all the friendly faces.
Over there, we've got your basic beautiful people. Now listen, unless they talk to you first, don't bother. We have the coffee kids.
that was Costa Rican, butthead.
Very edgy. Don't make any sudden movements around here. These delusionals are your white rastas.
Yeah, and so these are the kids who just discovered Has-Been Hotel, and now it's like their entire personality. And over here we have the girls who will never acknowledge your existence, but you're gonna
Oh
pine
my
after
God,
them
like I
all year
literally,
anyway,
I don't know
while
how,
ignoring
but I
all the
hurt my
other
back
girls
so
who
bad.
take you down to date you, but for some reason you just like don't give them a chance. Oh, and these are the guys who've fallen way too far down the Joe Rogan rabbit hole. Alpha male, I'm just asking questions. Ivermectin in my cereal. But that's when Cameron sees her. Bianca, the most girl in school.
Now over here.
Oh my God. I burn, I pine, I perish.
Yeah, but see, there's a difference between like and love. Because I like my Skechers, but I love my Prada backpack.
You know, it's always easy to make fun of girls for talking like this, you know, about like purses and shoes or whatever, but like as if we're doing the same exact thing with our Beyblades like all through high school. Am I right, guys? Guys? Hello? Now, Cameron also finds out that Bianca and Kat are sisters, which like blows his mind, right? Because Bianca is so man, and Kat is so man, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, so Bianca is the popular preppy girl who wears makeup and brushes her hair and does a bunch of dumb girl stuff, as opposed to Kat, who's smart and contrarian and nonconformist because she's edgy and cool and stuff.
What did everyone think of The Sun Also Rises?
I loved it. He's so romantic. Romantic? Hemingway? He was an abusive alcoholic misogynist who squandered half his life hanging around Picasso trying to nail his leftovers.
Yeah, you know, this girl and Daria just single-handedly invented Tumblr. So like, yeah, society sucks and Kat is not having it.
I want to thank you for your point of view. I know how difficult it must be for you to overcome all those
Oh
years of
God.
upper middle class suburban oppression. Must be tough.
Yeah, exactly. No one understands the trauma of
Well,
growing
then
up
you
with
know
a
my
pool that doesn't even have a jacuzzi attachment. Laughing stock of a whole school, I tell you what. Anyway, so Cameron is fully, completely in love with Bianca, who he has seen exactly one time and never said a single word to.
Man, look at her. She always so vapid. How can you say that? She's totally
Conceited.
What are you talking about? There's more to her than you think. I mean, look
Me.
at the way she smiles and,
What
and,
did I
and
do?
look at her eyes, man. She's
Oh, oh no.
Oh shit.
No joke. This is like literally me in high school. Just the absolute delusion.
Oh man, I really hurt myself. It's like a little tiny spot in my back when I even move. It makes it's
Like there's no way she
like
could
that
be
kind of
a narcissistic,
feeling.
manipulative
I don't know
person
how to
with three
explain
different
it,
substance issues,
but it's like
it's just impossible. Now, speaking of Bianca, so Bianca and Kat's dad is a
sharp and sudden pain. It feels like something's being pinched, and it just happened when I was
exactly
turning
seen his fair share of teenage moms regretting all their life decisions, okay? And this has made him like extra strict with his kids.
Now don't get upset, Daddy, but there's this boy.
Who's a flaming imbecile?
I
Please,
think he might ask me.
please, I think I know what he's going to ask you. And I think I know the answer. No, it's always no.
The rule up to now is that they're not allowed to date anyone until they're at least 45. But Bianca is a sophomore now and she's getting all this attention from boys. So it's time for things to change a little bit.
Okay, here's how we solve this one. Old rule out. New rule. Bianca can date. And she does.
But she's a mutant. What if she never dates?
You'll never date. Oh, I like that. Now, while this is happening, Cameron sets in motion his own plan to get with Bianca, which is that he's going to pretend that he knows French because Michael tells him that Bianca needs a French tutor. How to get? Well, step one, tell a very easy to figure out lie and hope for the best.
Listen, I know that your dad doesn't let you date, but I thought that
Curtis,
Cameron.
my dad just came up with a new rule. I can date when my sister does.
You're kidding.
My sister's a particularly hideous breed of loser.
People jump out of airplanes and ski off cliffs. It'd be like extreme dating.
Ex- Extreme dating. Hey guys, I'm Johnny.
Why haven't they made that show
Ride
yet?
the waves of a stage 4 moon swinger. Wow, that's incredible, Johnny. Where do you even go from there? Well, I'm hoping I can tackle a stage 5 maladjusted coping mechanisms brought on by unchecked mental illness, but we'll see how it goes. But then, of course, you have like the girl version of this where it's like, hey guys, I'm Stacy, and I'm finally gonna give the nice guy a chance. Oh, he's a weirdo. Someone get me out of here. Also, I love how in 1999 it's like, who would ever want a punky old girl? That's just ridiculous. So the question they all have is, what kind of guy would ever possibly want to go out with this? You know what I mean? And that's where Patrick comes in.
We're making our visits a weekly ritual.
Only so we can have these moments together.
Oh, very clever, kangaroo boy. Says here you exposed yourself in the cafeteria.
I was joking with the lunch lady. It was a bratwurst.
Bratwurst? Right with the optimist.
Man, I love this movie. So here's the plan. Michael goes to tell this guy, Joey, that Bianca can only date if her sister does. Joey is like the local rich boy, pretty boy, bad boy who has his sights set on Bianca. Exactly who can say, but he does.
Now, you want Bianca, right? She can't go out with you because her sister is this insane head case and no one will go out with her, right?
And by insane head case, of course, what they really mean is that she reads the bell jar.
She has standards.
Look out.
Does this conversation have a purpose? You need to hire a guy who will go out with her, someone who doesn't scare so easily.
And so the plan is that Joey will pay Patrick to take Kat out on a date because Patrick is apparently just completely insane himself. You know, with rumors like he sold his liver for beer money or he murdered a guy in Toledo for beer money. Kind of a one-track guy, really, but you know, what's gonna do? Anyway, so if Patrick can take out Kat, then that means Joey gets to hook up with Bianca.
You see, their dad's whacked out. He's got this rule where the girls are.
It's a touching story. It really is.
Not my problem. Would you be willing to make it your problem if I provide generous compensation?
You're gonna pay me to take out some chick. Well, yeah, when you put it like that, it sounds weird.
$20. Fine, 30.
Just for reference here, $30 in 1999 is about $8,000 today. And so, keeping his end of the deal, Patrick goes to ask out Kat, who is rather uninterested. Pick up on Friday then.
Oh, right. Friday.
Well, you know how to take you places you've never been before.
Like where? The 7-Eleven on Broadway? Do you even know my name, Screwboy?
Oh, a lot more than you think.
Doubtful. Very doubtful.
Thus, he does the next best thing and follows her around everywhere, hoping to wear her down until she says yes, which was pretty much my entire plan all through high school. Now, did it work? Not a single time. So, Bianca and Cameron sneak into Kat's room to find out some kind of something that Patrick could use to impress her or something, which sounds like a terrible idea, okay? Because you go into a girl's room and you're just gonna find a whole lot of who knows what. The heck is this? Tony the Tiger and me, an intergalactic love story? Anyway, so after getting some dirt on Kat,
That's
Cameron and Michael
every episode he talks about cartoon porn.
Yeah, okay.
Every single episode.
Like
Somebody needs to check this man's hard
Thai
drive.
food,
The guy who runs this
feminist
channel, his name
clothes,
is Alex Myers.
angry girl music.
I love the term angry girl music. Well-known music genre, you know, right next to dubstep. The
He
music
talks
we all
all the
gaslit
time
ourselves
about
into thinking was good.
gay shit,
Here's another
and
problem.
then he's
Bianca
like,
said
I can't find a
that Kat
girlfriend.
likes pretty guys.
And then he talks about how he likes to watch cartoon pornography. You wonder why you don't have it. You're a gooner. Duh.
Very pretty.
Yeah, probably a pinched
So,
nerve.
long story short, Patrick goes to this indie punk girl rock concert thing that Kat was going to, so he could pretend that he likes the same stuff she does.
If you're planning on asking me out again, you might as well just.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, Jeff, is that we have to, that's why we need to have as many children as possible. If we outnumber them, then they can't do that. But if we are only a couple of people, if it's just me in my bus yelling like a lunatic, yeah, it's going to happen. They're already setting the stage. They're making homelessness illegal. They're putting people in jail for mental stuff again. And like the stuff that they've been doing with rich people is wild. If you're rich and you don't listen, you get put into a conservatorship. And then some random Wells Fargo person controls your money. Wells Fargo put Wendy Williams in a conservatorship because she wanted to take her money out of that bank and move it to another bank because she had found out she was being embezzled from by her money manager that worked for Wells Fargo. So instead of investigating and helping her resolve her issue, they put her in a conservatorship successfully. Okay, so I need cream. I'll just do the green first and then I'll do the white. Let's blend these two colors real quick. Yeah, this guy, Alex Myers, is suspect, dude. Every time, so I watched one video of his, and now every time YouTube plays a video automatically, it's going to play his videos. I don't know why, but it's pushing this Alex Myers character on people. Let's see if he talks about the.
All right, so hey, I think this is funny. This is kind of one of the ironies that I think is kind of funny. So remember about a year ago, this was talk of Twitter for a couple days here. South Africa legalizes land seizures without pay. A breakdown of the controversial land seizure law and what it means for South Africa. Now, not a single acre of land of a white person has been seized without pay by the South African government, but this is a real paranoia and a real fear amongst a lot of people who empowered the data center regime. And what do you know? Here's this girl talking about how her house is being seized through eminent domain to build a data center. It's going to be funny when one of Elon's data centers starts seizing people's homes through eminent domain. I have a fan fiction sort of fantasy that one of the Afrikaner refugees will get settled here and buy a house, and then have Elon's data center seize that house. That's a fan fiction scenario of the concrete. But the government's preparing to seize homes and land using eminent domain. The data center in Poetic County, Georgia.
My name's Ansley. I live in Coweta County, Georgia. I wanted to come out here and show you guys firsthand what is happening to our county. So as you can see behind me, we have these power lines. Georgia Power is going to expand these lines to support power to the data center. What they're doing to homeowners is they're taking their homes. This is my childhood home behind me. It is being taken by force by Georgia Power. Homeowners in this county do not have a choice. It is called eminent domain, and they will take it.
That's right. They'll take it. Elon Musk's XAI has been poisoning Memphis's air with no permit and no oversight. Now the people of Memphis are fighting back. We deserve clean air. We deserve to be able to live in our communities and to live long lives. Yes, there is widespread opposition to these data centers, as we're going to see.
Here in Memphis. This is a public hearing for the air permit being considered for the XAI. See, I got asthma. My mama got asthma. My grandma is at home, 87 years old, got asthma, and she never had it before. I can't breathe at home. It smells like gas outside.
We've shown up here today because we're tired of going in and out of hospitals, going in and out of funeral homes. We didn't pay taxes, and we didn't got it. And what we're saying is that stops now. Yep, a lot of opposition to these data centers. Well, Tucker Carlson had Kevin O'Leary on his show. Kevin O'Leary, of course, behind the massive 40,000 acre data center project in rural Utah. And so I'm surprised he accepted the invitation from Tucker to go on and kind of spar over this. But here's Furkan Gozukara says Tucker Carlson massive welfare for AI data centers.
Let me ask, though, about why taxpayers should have to pay for this if it's a private business and your tenants are some of the richest companies in the world. Why would taxpayers be required, as they now are, to subsidize this?
They don't. They don't necessarily have to do that. They just won't win any contracts. It's a competition.
But why are you getting tax breaks? Is my question.
Everybody. When you go back and you say, what incentives can you give us to invest $15 billion in the first 1.5 gigs? That's what it takes. I have to go raise $15 billion.
Well,
that's just.
Okay, but anyone who starts a business, why should taxpayers have to pony up for that?
They don't. But
well, of course they do. I mean, if you're getting a tax break and they're not, they're making up the difference. There's a state budget.
Hey, that's no problem. That's no problem. I can build it in Texas. I can build it in Jacksonville, Mississippi.
But why, if it's such a good business, would you be asking taxpayers to help pay for it without giving them equity in the company? Are you giving taxpayers shares?
No, the investors get the shares, but here's why they would do it.
Why would the taxpayers have to?
Well,
I mean, in other words, if you want to start a business, but why am I, as a taxpayer, forced to pay for your business? I don't get it.
Well, let's forget about data centers. Let's go any manufacturing. Let's say you're going to build.
Yeah. Okay. So the clip cuts out there, but this is the exact point. Let's say it's not data centers. Let's say it's any manufacturing. The reason a municipality might give something that's not a data center a tax break, or say it's not manufacturing, say it's a housing complex or whatever, because people might actually want a manufacturing center in their town. And so the town gives them a tax break to get it in. People want housing built in their town, so they might give them a tax break to get them in. The difference between that and data centers is people don't want data centers, right? So that's why there's this question, hey, why are you getting tax breaks? And the answer is they're having a tough time getting tax breaks, right? Because they're being met with fierce opposition from people. And it is not toothless opposition. 7 in 10 Americans oppose data centers being built in their communities. Over the past year, clashes over data centers have become some of the nation's most heated political conflicts as local residents organize against the project. A major concern voters have is that data centers, which use an immense amount of energy, will drive up their electricity costs at a time when the power grid is already overstressed. In response to public pressure, lawmakers in several communities have imposed moratoriums on large data centers. The issue has also risen to a top concern for voters. In some communities, local officials who supported the construction of data centers are being voted out of office. The Post reported last month how residents in Archbald, Pennsylvania, were battling plans to place 7 data center campuses consisting of about 51 warehouses, each about the size of a Walmart supercenter in the town. Public opposition to the plans is so intense that most of the town council members were forced to resign this spring and have been replaced with data center opponents. So here's a small town in Wisconsin just made a move that shocked America, voting 44-0 to unanimously ban data centers.
Mainstream media covered this, but a small Wisconsin town just made a move that shocked America, voting 44-0 to unanimously ban data centers in favor of farmland. Anonymous developers went into Cassville, Wisconsin, proposing a $1 billion facility with plans to install hyperscale AI data centers, and residents never even told who would build it or exactly where it would go. The scale, they would take up approximately 500 acres of prime farmland. Proposition put it in the driftless area, and this is not generic farmland as it was never covered by glaciers during the last ice age, making it prime for food production. Organic Valley is the largest dairy co-op in the U.S., and it was founded in this farmland, and so locals know that it can actively resist industrial farming, making it a refuge for small-scale organic and artisanal agriculture. And so despite promises of 50 jobs and 5.5 million in annual property tax revenue, the result was unambiguous: 44 votes in favor of banning data centers, 0 against. But
44 in favor of banning, 0 against. Wow, this ain't good. Data center. This is in Alabama. More opposition to data centers. Took the nail for a year.
This is huge.
It's huge.
So I went out to meet Ron Morgan. He lives right next to a planned AI data center in Bessemer, Alabama. It's a suburb of Birmingham.
There's no way in the world that they're going to find a flat spot out there to build one building, let alone 18.
He said this land that you see, a lot of it's going to have to be destroyed.
Every bit of it. All the trees will be gone. The rocks will be gone.
And for those that care about nature, this is the true cost of an AI data center.
They're going to have to flatten. They keep saying 100 acres. Wrong. You got 18 buildings that total 103 acres. You've got 2 substations that are as big as 2 of these buildings. You've got generator pads. You've got fuel storage facilities, roads, and parking lots. So you're looking at probably 200 to 300 acres that they're going to destroy. We've got a lawsuit pending against it for an arbitrary and capricious zoning ordinance change. They've got deep pockets. I mean, they can buy off any official in the state. I mean, there's no there's no moratorium on graft and corruption in the state of Alabama. This is the new gold rush. Everybody wants a piece of the data center because it's millions of dollars in tax revenue and millions of dollars into the pocket of the guy who owns the data center. But it doesn't help anybody.
What's your message to other people who are going through something like this?
Fight it early and fight it often. I mean, once they get their shovel in the ground, there's nothing you can do about it.
And people are fighting early and often. Missouri Town votes out every city council member who approved a $6 billion AI data center. Every single one. Opposition to data centers has also increased in cities and counties, where they were once welcome. Multi-billion-dollar proposals for sprawling campuses are increasingly getting rejected by communities, stymieing plans by technology firms for the rapid build-out of infrastructure they say is crucial to beating China in AI innovation. So this is ultimately where they're going to land. Hey, if we don't do this, China will. And here's Kevin O'Leary giving that to Tucker.
Do you want the insurance policy or not? Would you, with all of the nefarious concerns about AI?
So I don't want China to beat us. So let's turn into China so that we can beat China.
Would you prefer all of us that are developing these data centers put down our shovels and stop while the Chinese accelerate theirs? Would you like that?
Well, I see it kind of a different question. I see the question.
No, you're not
I
answering.
want to be. Let me answer your question in the following way. Do I want to become like China in order that we can, quote, beat China? Not at all. The problem with China, from my perspective, is that it surveils its citizens and it limits their ability to say what they think and to oppose existing power. That's why China is bad, I thought. Because there are a lot of things about China that are great, but what I don't like about China is the totalitarian approach it has toward its own population.
I agree with you.
You're making it possible for our government to have the same approach, and our government already does. Sometimes most don't even know they're being watched. Their license plate readers, their facial recognition cameras everywhere. And the question is why? So the crime rate can go down, and well, it hasn't gone down. So of course,
We definitely need more nature.
Obedient, obviously.
No, I have a different.
They want us sick.
Because this is everybody.
They don't want us outside.
Here's what I think is going to happen, because I'm enjoying this conversation. Let me, as I know we come to a close soon, but here's where I think we're going to be in 20 years. Okay.
Yeah.
I believe
the billionaires have built their little bunkers underground.
I think I'm a great guy to
They
actually
don't
do this
care
because I have a foot in both economies.
about
I think by the time the
nature
20th year,
like we do.
I'm going to make it in 10 years.
And they don't want us outside because they can't do what they want when we're
the
taking
two
up
economies
space.
are going to emerge for one reason.
Which
become a big Canada has all the raw resources, the largest consumer on Earth. And it's crazy that we're fighting on this stuff. It's crazy.
I agree.
It makes no sense.
Totally agree.
And so we should merge these economies. You don't have to merge the countries. You merge the economies. You get an EU type situation where you allow freedom of movement across the border and you allow no tariffs on all the stuff we need. The rare earth Canada has, the water, the paper, all that stuff. And the only reason we're going to do that is so we can take 5% of our GDP, which will be the largest on earth, by around 25%. No one will be close to us if we merge those two together, and the benefits that accrue.
Oh, let me show you what I should have shown you in like the green and dang.
Don't fuck with us. That's basically
See, the eye looks so much better now.
big time. And that's my belief. And I think I'm right. I think that's what's going to happen. And AI and compute and all this stuff, that's a side story. We have to keep all of our tech ahead of theirs, including data centers and everything else. Ultimately, they are our adversary.
Yeah.
This is why I said.
Oh my God, it looks so good.
Over there in China, and this is really what you need to rein this in at a macro level. You need a sort of AI treaty, just like you have nuclear.
Oh my God.
Okay, where are we going to go with this? Where are we not going to go with this?
Bye, sissy. Love you.
An AI arms race.
Nope, same one.
Nuclear arms
Same
race.
gun.
You're going to have.
I need a new one. I need a gecko really bad.
And so that's their justification for it. But of course, the saying goes, all politics is local. Now, maybe not all politics is local, but a lot of politics is local. And I predicted this from jump when they were talking about building the ice jets. I said they're going to run into a very, very powerful dynamic in people, which is NIMBY. They don't want it near them. Even people who want ice jails don't want ice jails near them. Even people who are super excited about AI, they don't want one of these things 2 miles away from them, sucking up all the power, sucking up all of the water. Not putting any jobs. These are not facilities for humans to work. That one facility, they're going to bring 50 jobs, right? These are facilities for robots, for computers. And NIMBY is very, very powerful. As they learned when they tried that ice rollout, I think they only got about half of the facilities built that they planned to. And now you're seeing place after place put up firewalls against these data centers to understand.
And remember, Trump passed that thing in the big beautiful bill about a 10-year speech. For 10 years, nobody can stop AI from doing whatever. I can't remember exactly what it was.
Now, that said, we are living in a time of profound change. That's an understatement, right? Profound change. Change is exciting, very exciting.
Stop.
And let's face it, change can be daunting. The rise of artificial intelligence is the next industrial revolution.
Really getting on my nerves.
Industrial for who? Yeah.
Okay, I struck a chord. May I finish?
Yeah, no, they don't want you. You suck.
I'm sorry. Why you should never come to one of these things without a basket of tomatoes. Yeah. I'm sorry, I didn't put much thought into this speech. I'm just trying to I'm trying to make the $5 margarita happy hour at Applebee's. Okay, just let me out of here.
Only a few years ago, AI was not a factor in our lives.
I can't imagine why a bunch of young graduates who are going to face a job market where former entry level positions are now being done by AI would react negatively to the case of AI. Exactly. Who could have seen that coming?
It's not an industrial revolution, it's an anti-industrial revolution.
Okay, we've got a bipolar topic here, I see. Okay.
Doesn't seem bipolar to me. They seem pretty much on the same page.
AI capabilities are in the palm of our hands. And
Love it. Yeah, make it stop. Make it stop. Data centers in the Missouri Ozarks.
Data center video hit some nerves. Well, if they're so great, why aren't they building them in their own backyards? Why isn't Mike Kehoe putting one on his farm? Why isn't Jason Smith putting one on his pretend farm? If they're so wonderful, why are they not in the rich people's backyards? Why did they bring them to the Missouri Ozarks? That's because they will poison our fish. They will dry up our wells. They will dry up our creeks. They will poison our rivers. They will poison our lakes. The one in Marshfield, zero environmental impact. Yesterday, they moved an eagle and her nest. Somebody called the conservation department. I'm sure it didn't do any good because Mike Kehoe wants to build the damn thing. We have to fight back. And you've asked how. Show up at every meeting, stand out there with signs, and inform people. Let them know what this means. The loss of electricity, the loss of water, the loss of wildlife, and the loss of the way of life in the Missouri Ozarks.
Yeah, this is what I told Shama. I had Shama on. I told her, I said, I really think this is it's the biggest opportunity for like working class and class-based organizing because it hits everything. It hits people's sense of the environment where they live. It hurts people in the obviously in the wallet with the massive increase in cost, and also this is finally a culture war issue that really works for the working class. It is very much about protecting a way of life. I've told people this. I said, "Look, I have 3 kids. It's very difficult for me to steer them in a direction now because I don't know what skills are going to be of any use to them in 10 years. Like you don't know. I mean, this is going places we can't possibly anticipate right now." So this is a home run. This is a fastball right down the middle to organize a workers' movement around because you see people of all different colors, of all different stripes, rural, urban, black, white, doesn't matter. No one wants this, and everyone is animated by it. It's not just that they don't want it; they're actually showing up and mobilizing and getting results in blocking these things. So the survey showed that 70% of the 1,000 Americans polled worry about data centers' environmental impact. About half of opponents specifically mentioned said they were worried about an excessive use of resources such as water. This is also one of those rare issues where people's concerns about their own economics really converge with their concerns about the environment. Generally, the bargain is, well, we'd like to care for the environment more, but it's more expensive to care for the environment. It costs too much money. Here you have both of these issues come together in ways that very much benefit a workers' movement. About 1 in 5 opponents are also concerned about the impact on local quality of life, while similar numbers worry that data centers could drive up utility bills. Here's an interesting interview on Democracy Now! Writer Asher Taylor says many tech companies that once presented themselves as climate champions are abandoning those commitments in a mad scramble to build out AI infrastructure. Funny how that goes.
Centers aren't new. Every time you use the internet, you're using data centers. So they've been around for a while, but they have been supercharged by the push towards artificial intelligence. Virginia is indeed the data center hub in this country, but they're spreading rapidly across the United States. Sam Altman, the head of OpenAI, has said that perhaps we'll have to cover the entire world in data centers. And it's about the drive for computing. You could build data centers that were connected to sustainable renewable energy sources. That is not what these tech companies are doing because they are rushing to compete to be the company that controls this industry.
That's right. You got to win.
To blow,
got to move fast. Great thing.
Whatever now long gone climate commitments we had, but this drive to AI has been when you look at Silicon Valley, they say the drive to AI is why we can no longer meet our climate commitments, right? All of these companies, Google, Meta, presenting themselves as climate champions, and AI has caused them to throw those ideas out the window.
Yeah, you got a guy like Elon Musk comes onto the scene as this big climate warrior with Tesla and his EVs, and now the new racket is these data centers which take up water and eat people's power, and people are rising up against it, and I think it's an incredibly potent issue. As we're seeing, people are really united. You talk about opportunities to unite people of different political orientations and different ways of life. This seems to be it. This seems to be it.
Yeah, this is something we've been saying for a while, as the AI has been developing. I don't understand anybody who is still defending capitalism as an organizing principle for society. In capitalism, you want to minimize your costs, right? And one of your biggest costs is labor. The eternal dream of capitalists has been to eliminate the need for labor. So, what do you think the implications of this technology are for you? For most people, what are they going to do? They're going to throw you over. They're going to get rid of you. They're already doing it. They're already firing massive numbers of people. What I found was interesting in China was that I asked several people about this. we tend to automatically default to tech dystopianism when presented with new technologies for good reason, because the people who rule us mean us harm. So whenever we see a new technology, we assume it's going to be used to further disempower us and to economically disenfranchise us. They're kind of techno utopian because they assume that this technology feeds into the socialist utopia of the long-term plan that will provide everybody with their own servant robot and free everyone from the drudgery of monotonous labor, right? Like they assume all this technology brings them to the Star Trek world, right? Where you can just be, right? Be out, be with your family and be with your community. So they don't fear these innovations. Yet I looked for that. And it's something I wouldn't have thought of because I mean it's such a default for us. The Terminator scenario. That's what we assume. But there's a freaking reason for that. And there's a good reason for that. This, this, they don't they want to build these data centers. They're not gonna bring you jobs. They're gonna destroy your environment and they're being built to replace you. What are they going to do with this AI? They're going to take away your jobs. This whole system at this point, especially in light of this technology, is not only not working for people, it's deadly. It's deadly. And the longer people take to wake up, the more likely it is that by the time they wake up, it's going to be too late. They're going to have too much surveillance technology in place. They're going to have too much technology in place that allows them to do without workers. And at that point, they'll just kill you, man. That's the future I see if people don't get together and organize. Yeah, that's promising that they're trying to stop these data centers. If I know this country, response to that is going to is going to be to find ways around community organizing. And that's what they do. They'll find ways to do it anyway.
Well, we will see. I mean, all you can do is push back on these things, and it's going to be a question of political will because absent some sort of international treaty, which does not seem to be in the cards. If you notice, that's not being talked about. Like none of these things get talked about. Like nobody campaigned on building these things. We didn't talk about this. Talk about transgender sports during the campaign, right? Like nobody campaigns about what they actually do. Nobody campaigned on going to war with Iran. Nobody campaigned on these data centers. You go down the list of things. Look at what they promised versus what they're doing. Look at what's been debated versus what's on the table right now. And you see really nothing. Really nothing. No points of similarity between what's been proposed and what's been enacted because they figure out ways to trick you into thinking about other things. But when it comes to this stuff, you just can't do that. You can't do that. It's too in people's backyards. And it doesn't seem to be a situation where people are just kind of throwing their hands up. They've seen this. They've been burned too many times. You already told them that NAFTA was going to work out for them, right? Mm-hmm. Now you're talking about bringing in, warehouses with no workers in them and trying to tell them how this is going to be a big boon to their to their local economy. How?
Right.
How? Like, how do you even explain that to somebody? There's no way to make that make sense to somebody. Anybody could figure that out.
Sure. I mean, my experience over the course of my lifetime is that increasingly, as the interests of the ruling class diverge from that of the population, if you push them hard enough, they just take the mask off and go full fascist. Like they'll just look at Standing Rock, man. That was under Obama. Like they'll just send out troops to clear the land and build their freaking data center. And it's not just data centers. I was overseas. My electric bills. I wasn't using any electric. It's $80 a month.
Right.
I wasn't using any electric.
Yeah.
Right. What's it going to be this summer?
Your fridge was running, something like that.
That's about it.
Have the refrigerator.
No, the fridge was running. That's it, though.
Yeah.
That's it. That was literally the only electricity running.
Crazy stuff. Crazy stuff. Good squad.
Okay, so let me tell you a little story.
I knew
Around
it.
the end of
Didn't I say
2022,
they're
I
gonna
made a
play
video
his
about
video again?
Now, I hadn't seen it up
I
to
don't
that
want.
point, or if I had.
Now, every single time I have a video play, it's just going to automatically play this guy, Alex Myers, and I don't want to listen to Alex Myers. I have unfollowed the channel. I have said, please don't suggest this to me. He's a fucking pedophile, and I know it. He is a fucking gooner. He's into lolly stuff and cartoon porn, and I don't want to watch his movie reviews, but it doesn't matter. He will not show up on my FYP, okay? He might show up here and there, but I will not click on it. I will watch something else, but the second that video auto plays to the next video, it's going to play an Alex Myers video. Why? I don't want to watch it. Why are you auto playing it? Fucking bullshit.
We're going to talk about Candace Owens. We're going to be touching on what Candace has going on in her last episode. Victor Marks, she spoke on a little bit. We'll play a little bit of that, but more so, we're going to play Victor actually answering Candace. I don't know if you guys know this. He was on a very small podcast. Not saying it's not a good podcast. It's actually a great set that they have set up. I've never seen these guys before. They have about 629 subscribers. So he made sure to go on that podcast, and he was addressing Candace Owens via that podcast. Very weird, but you know, at least his eyes weren't black in the podcast, so we're good there. He didn't retool anybody, didn't retool anybody's tools or anything like that. So, Corby is marked safe in this whole thing, so we're all good there. But he does address it, so we'll touch on that a little.
Dude, there's like nothing on TV.
If you've seen any of my historical videos on any of my channels, then you may have heard me talk about private detective agencies. While some still exist, they used to be far more popular and far more controversial. Well, in the mid-19th century, the United States was a patchwork of rapidly growing cities, expanding frontiers, and budding industrial centers. The federal government was small, and most law enforcement was handled by local sheriffs, whose authority often ended at county lines. Criminals exploited these jurisdictional gaps, while counterfeiters circulated forged bills that destabilized local economies. If law enforcement agencies aren't talking to each other, then it's easy to get away with a lot. In the years before the police were a professional public institution, and before federal agencies like the FBI dominated criminal investigations, there was another force that kept the sleepless hours and watched over rail lines, banks, and presidents. That force carried a stark motto: we never sleep, and its very name inspired both reassurance and dread. This was the Pinkerton National Detective Agency. Or if you've played Red Dead Redemption 2, the guys who were trying to
The
stop
Pinkertons, my great
Alan
great
Pinkerton,
granduncle
Scott
hired the
Immigrant,
Pinkerton
and
boys
by trade,
and
Solomon.
he caused one of the biggest what is it called? Riots in American history. It's not what I need. Sorry, I know I'm making a lot of noise. It's not food. It's not. Oops. I'm doing food. Mama.
Opportunity in this lawless environment. Having fled Scotland, Pinkerton arrived in Illinois with a conviction that self-reliance and vigilance were necessary for survival. He lived near Chicago, working with abolitionist leaders and even offering his home as a stop on the Underground Railroad. And in 1847, an accidental discovery changed his life.
While gathering wood on an island in the Fox River, he stumbled upon a camp of counterfeiters. Alerting the local sheriff and helping to capture the gang, he realized that an individual could make a difference where official authorities faltered. This early experience inspired Pinkerton to formalize his work. In 1850, partnering with the with Rucker to create the Northwest Police Agency, which was branded as the Pinkerton's National Detective Agency. Their mission is simple and ambitious: provide professional investigative services wherever local law enforcement is ineffective or non-existent. The agency offers surveillance, undercover work, and on guards on banks and railroads, operating across state lines and emphasizing a code that forbade agents from inducing crime. Its emblem, an unblinking eye accompanied by the motto, "We never sleep," was both an advertisement and a warning. In fact, this phrase would later give rise to the term private eye, cementing the Pinkertons in popular culture, as well as becoming what armchair detectives would call themselves when deciphering a true crime documentary case. But the agency did more than inspire language. It collected the world's largest repository of criminal records in the 19th century. It also standardized detective work and helped shape modern policing methods. The agency's history reads like a sweeping panorama, series of detective stories, spy plots, labor laws, and public scandals all rolled into one of the most impactful and controversial institutions in all of law history. That's a history we're going to be talking about today. So, hello everyone. Today we're talking about the story of the detective agency. Pinkertons are something that a lot of us have probably heard of, or at least heard of private investigators. But I'm sure a lot of us don't know where that story comes from and why it was so controversial that we don't see a lot of it anymore, as well as changes in federal law enforcement that made the practice less favorable. But it's such a unique and interesting part of American history that I don't want it to be one that we forget about. So if that sounds interesting to you, then stick around after the ad as we talk about the highs and lows of America's first private law enforcement agency. Mother's Day is just around the corner, and for the first year, I have to get a gift for my mom and my wife. And I know my wife likes to listen to podcasts and music while she's in the house, but she doesn't like wearing earbuds because she doesn't like something constantly in her ear. Well, now I've got the perfect gift, thanks to today's sponsor, Grateful Earbuds, and their new Essential Open Earbuds design. Thought you still in. Plus, rates are together. Plus, they have earbuds like a Pinkerton, a police sergeant, died during a demonstration advocating for universal male voting and broader political rights for the working class. The Chartists, as they were called, were feared by the British establishment. Protests were met with repression, and activists faced arrest. In a twist of fate, Allen
You're
himself
gonna come and stand on my computer, aren't you? No.
so the evidence for this is ambiguous. Whether he left Scotland because he was wanted by the government for
I
being
love
a
you too.
Chartist,
I do.
or
I
if
love
the
you so
rumors
much, but
were
you're not getting
true
any
or
food.
believed to be true, and his fellow activists no longer
I
trusted
love
him,
you so much.
either way,
You cannot
his
have any
inauguration in
food.
1842 was a turning point in his life. Allen carried with him both the trauma of witnessing state violence and a willingness to challenge authority. These experiences would compound and inform his commitment to law enforcement and his readiness to operate outside government structures when he deemed it necessary. Settling near Chicago, Allen Pinkerton found himself in a boomtown built on railroads and commerce. With no national currency, residents relied on privately issued banknotes known as wildcat money, a haphazard medium of exchange that was easy to forge. If there's no universal currency and the towns are deciding their own currency, well, who's to say I don't show up and suddenly have a bunch of my own? To support his family, he worked as a cooper, which is a skilled craftsperson who made and repaired wooden barrels and casks. The trade took him into the countryside for timber, his cause. But more on that later. Allen's connections with abolitionists not only led him to quietly convert his cooper shop into a stop on the Underground Railroad, but also taught him how to operate with discretion. Those lessons proved invaluable.
You
Later,
can't stand on the computer, huh?
he ventured
Oh,
onto an
no.
island in the Fox River to
Oh,
collect timber
no. You
and
can't
came
stand on the
across
computer?
counterfeiters. He watched their operation, notified the
As a
sheriff,
form of manipulation to try to force me to do what you
arrest
want?
earned him a deputy
What a
sheriff's post in Kane County
surprise.
and brought him into contact with businessmen who would soon hire him to investigate other crimes. By 1850, Allen Pinkerton and Chicago attorney Edward Rucker formalized their collaboration under the banner of the Northwest Police Agency. Their detectives did more than catch counterfeiters. They also served as a guard for the railroads and banks, two crucial entities for connecting a young and developing nation. People need to get somewhere and they need to have money when they get there. Among the Pinkertons' early clients was the Adams Express Company, a private courier service that ferried cash and parcels by stagecoach and rail across vast distances. This meant they were moving large sums of money through remote depots and isolated tracks, so it helps to have guards with you. Keeping those shipments safe demanded more than a bank clerk. So Adams Express turned to Pinkerton's men for protection and investigative muscle. In this way, the agency's business model married crime fighting and corporate security, laying the groundwork for an enterprise that would soon expand nationwide. At first, Allen offered consistent fee structures that insisted on meticulous record keeping. This prevented the corruption associated with reward-based thief takers or bounty hunters. Because of this, detectives for the agency were paid at a per-day rate rather than for collecting bounties, eliminating incentives to fabricate crimes. Around this time, it wasn't uncommon for bounty hunters to commit crimes and then blame them on someone else, or to have a fall guy commit a small crime who eventually the reward money will be split with. But since the Pinkertons were paid by the day, well, that meant there was no incentive to keep this con going. Pinkerton also crafted a strict code of conduct. Agents had to possess spotless reputations, refrain from inducing crimes, and avoid entrapment. This emphasis on professionalism distinguished the agency from disreputable detectives and earned it contracts that expanded its reach beyond Illinois. By the early 1860s, Allen's detectives were traversing the country by rail and horseback to investigate crimes, protect property, and gather intelligence. One key to the agency's success was Allen's obsession with record keeping. He built one of the earliest centralized files on criminals, an unprecedented collection of card shelves, physical descriptions, and dossiers that his detectives could consult across jurisdictions. In an era before fingerprinting or standardized police records, such a resource was revolutionary. For unless someone recognized you, you could just go to the next town over and have a spotless reputation. This strategy demonstrated Allen's foresight. He understood that data was power, and that controlling information meant controlling narratives. The trove not only helped his agents recognize and apprehend repeat offenders, but it became a selling point when courting clients. Pinkerton could argue that his detectives were better informed than the local sheriffs, which made them more effective. That reputation for thoroughness through high-profile contracts and placed the agency at the center of some of the most dramatic events in U.S. history. But Allen Pinkerton was as much a public relations strategist as he was a detective. He understood the client would entrust their secrets and money only to a brand that they perceived as professional, trustworthy, and relentless. To cultivate that brand, Allen embarked on a publishing spree. In 1875 and 1884, he released 17 storybooks. Each volume featured the agency's logo of the wide awake eye and the slogan, "We Never Sleep," reinforcing brand recognition. The stories inside were a blend of fact and fiction, depicting Pinkerton detectives as resourceful heroes who anticipated criminals' every move. One chapter, for instance, might describe the delicate art of stealing from hotel guests without waking them. Another might detail how pickpockets would clean out wallets and then return them so victims remained unaware. These anecdotes serve a dual purpose. They entertain readers and also showcase the craft of detection, thereby legitimizing Pinkerton's claimed expertise. Almost like Dr. John Watson writing about his adventures with Sherlock Holmes. The stories presented his detectives as resourceful heroes, always one step ahead of criminals. And having the heroes of the story be Pinkertons, the Pinkerton agents publishing the books themselves, everything you read about comes from them and reinforces the idea that they can stop these things. Yet Allen used those very books to argue the opposite. In prefaces and asides, he scolded, quote, unthinking people for believing that detectives possess supernatural power and insisted that real success came from patient observation and, quote, clean, healthy, honest methods. That tension, feeding the appetite for sensational tales while mystifying the work, was deliberate. By acknowledging the popular superstition and then disavowing it, Allen positioned his firm as uniquely qualified, exceptional enough to stop any criminal, but grounded enough to be trusted. If the books maintained that the Pinkertons were just a step above the rest and they had a supernatural ability to solve crime, well, then legitimate clients probably wouldn't be interested because he sounds like a snake oil salesman. But if the Pinkertons emphasize that they're nothing
Spend
special,
more time putting my fucking yarn back
that's
on
the
my.
kind of client that a business could trust. And this strategy worked. His book simultaneously advertised his agency and shaped public perception of the detectives, and his name became synonymous with private detection. as competitors rushed to imitate his branding tactics. Another important aspect of Pinkerton's marketing was the way he presented gender roles in espionage. He famously employed Kate Warren, widely considered to be the first female private detective in the United States. In his writings, Allen highlighted the unique advantage female operatives possessed. They could feign distress to distract male targets, gain access to households under the guise of domestic work, and slip under the radar of those who underestimated women. Now, while Allen also expressed concerns about women becoming morphine addicts, something that in retrospect is kind of funny, his decision to employ and promote female detectives broadened public understanding of who could be a spy and how intelligence work could be conducted. Allen's inclusion of one's exploits in his book served to not only be a new outlook on women in unconventional workplace roles, but also as another selling point. His agency was innovative enough to harness the talent of people who would otherwise be ignored. In due time, Allen's skill at crafting compelling stories would intersect with national history in ways that blur the lines between fact and fiction, which we'll get to shortly. All of this talk of detective books and controlling the narrative can be fun when we're all having fun, but not so fun when it becomes propaganda. The outbreak of the American Civil War in 1861 was a crucible for the detective agency. Rumors of secessionist plots and fears for the president-elect Abraham Lincoln's safety thrust Allen onto the national stage. According to his own account, Allen uncovered the Baltimore plot, which was an alleged conspiracy to assassinate Lincoln as he traveled to his inauguration. Acting on intelligence gathered by Allen and Kate Warren, Lincoln's travel itinerary was altered, and he passed through Baltimore and Chattanooga. Warren, disguised as someone named Mrs. Cherry and Mrs. Farley, infiltrated secessionist circles and learned that the agents intended to kill Lincoln as he changed trains. So she purchased 4 sleeping car tickets and accompanied Allen and Lincoln to an overnight journey, pretending to kin to an brother. Throughout the trip, Warren remained alert, a living embodiment of the agency's promise that its eyes never close, or at least as claimed by Allen Pinkerton. See, this daring rescue to save Abraham Lincoln's life became part of Allen Pinkerton's lore, but historians have long debated its legitimacy. Skeptics like Ward Hill Lemon, law enforcement officer and personal bodyguard to Abraham Lincoln, accused Allen of exaggerating fragments of truth in order to get closer to the president. Lemon claimed no arrests were made and suggested that Allen had conjured a dreadful plot. According to Lemon, the president later regretted the clandestine trip through Baltimore, believing he had fled a fainted threat. If you have a detective agency and you want to get close to the president, well, saying that you found a plot to kill the president and you'll keep him safe is a pretty good way to do that. However, if this was indeed true, eventually, Lincoln at the time certainly did not feel that way. Following the Baltimore trip, Lincoln hired the Pinkerton Detective Agency to organize a secret service for obtaining military intelligence on the Confederacy and sometimes to act as his bodyguards. These efforts predated the official establishment of the United States Secret Service in 1865 and laid the groundwork for modern protective services. So, modern bodyguard systems and the United States Secret Service are based on Lincoln College Pinkertons. During the Civil War, Allen Pinkerton adopted the alias Major E.J. Allen and worked closely with Union General James McClellan. His agents infiltrated Western Virginia and Kentucky, gauging sentiments and estimating troop strengths. When McClellan took command of the Army of the Potomac, Allen followed him to Washington, D.C., where he surveilled potential Confederate sympathizers among the capital's social elite. One notorious case involved Rose O'Neal Greenhow, a well-connected socialite who entertained prominent politicians and passed information to Confederate authorities. Allen placed her under house arrest and later jailed her in the old Capitol prison. Greenhow was eventually convicted of espionage and deported to Richmond, which is such a weird sentence to say. During the Civil War, Virginia was effectively another country, so this person got deported to Virginia. Truly, fate worse than death. While these operations elevated Allen's stature, they also exemplified the blurred lines between legal prosecution and wartime repression. Operating as a private agency with quasi-governmental authority, the Pinkerton Agency conducted surveillance, arrests, and interrogations without clear oversight. The Civil War also further showcased Allen's penchant for public relations. A photograph taken at Antietam in October of 1862 captures President Lincoln standing alongside Allen and General John A. McClernand. This image symbolized the agency's integration into national affairs and became a fixture in Pinkerton offices. Allen sent copies of the photograph to prospective clients to emphasize his proximity to power. He also boasted that he had both made his reputation and earned substantial profits during the war. I mean, if you're trying to market yourself as an agency that can be trusted and that has the authority to act on behalf of the law, then you can understand why taking a picture of yourself with the president and a general, because you are now the president's personal bodyguard and the guy he hires to keep him safe, would be effective. The war experience validated private detectives as valuable assets to the state and provided financial resources, a cachet that would fuel the agency's post-war expansion. Yet the same qualities that made the Pinkerton Agency so effective in wartime, things like autonomy, secrecy, and readiness to use force, would later make them a source of great controversy. After the Civil War, the nation's attention shifted westward. The railroads continued to expand, and the vast territories of the American West became both an economic frontier and a refuge for lawless gangs. I mean, the country was having trouble policing things in the East. If you were out west where the railroads hadn't made it yet, you could get away with anything. With local law enforcement stretched thin, banks and express companies turned to the Pinkerton Agency to protect their assets and pursue criminals across state lines. With the agency specializing in tracking train robbers and stagecoach bandits, the Pinkertons were essentially acting as bounty hunters for corporate clients. One early challenge came from the Reno Gang of Indiana, pioneers of train robbery in the United States. They targeted the Adams Express Company, who promptly hired Allen's detectives to recover its losses and punish the offenders. Almost effortlessly, the Pinkerton Agency captured John Reno and secured his conviction. But as they pursued other members, masked vigilantes intervened by taking the law into their own hands. In one instance, a vigilante committee seized 3 captured gang members from Pinkerton agents and hung them, had them hung, whatever. Later, a special train full of masked men arrived at a jail, shot the jailer, and hung the remaining Reno brothers, cutting telegraph lines to prevent news from spreading. Allen's own son justified the lynchings by saying locals were terrorized and eager to eradicate the gang. I mean, people were terrorized by the gang, so the Pinkertons show up to arrest the members. But to communities that had a personal vendetta against the gang members, well, maybe jailing them wasn't enough. So maybe you just bust those guys out of jail so you can kill them yourself. These events underscored the chaotic blend of private and mob justice on the frontier. Pinkerton agents captured criminals, but community members often circumvented the legal process, leading to summary executions. As the agency grew in scale, it operated in a moral gray zone where its pursuits of justice sometimes collided with local vigilantism and the absence of due process. However, no outlaw tested Allen's resolve quite like the chase for the infamous Jesse James and his associates. By the early 1870s, Jesse and Frank James had achieved a Robin Hood mystique in Missouri, robbing banks and trains and evading capture. When the gang robbed a train at Gads Hill in 1874, Adams Express Company once again turned to the Pinkertons. Pinkerton detective Joseph Weicher attempted to infiltrate the James household disguised as a farmhand, but he was eventually discovered, as was his body shortly thereafter. Pinkerton operatives were then ambushed on a country road, resulting in a gunfight that killed a Pinkerton agent, a local official, and gang member John Younger. As you could imagine, these losses enraged Allen. Pinkerton wrote to his staff that blood had been spilled and that the gang must die. Even after the express company withdrew its contract, Allen vowed to continue the hunt as a personal mission. The climactic event came in January of 1875 when Pinkerton agents surrounded the James family homestead at night. That night, the agents tossed a specially designed incendiary device intended to illuminate the house and frighten the occupants into surrender. Think of it like an 1800s version of a flashbang. Instead, when it came through the window, the family pushed the device into the fireplace where it exploded. This explosion killed the James's boy's younger half brother and blew off the arm of their mother, Sorrelda Samuels. Unfortunately for Allen, Jesse and Frank weren't even in the house. So you had the James brothers, who were outlaws but had this mythic persona around them, and then the Pinkertons, fueled by personal revenge, go to their house and end up killing a young boy and blowing off the arm of an innocent woman, only for it to be revealed that the people they were looking for weren't even there. Public outrage, naturally, erupted like a volcano. What was supposed to be a precise arrest turned into a brutal, bungled raid that maimed innocents and galvanized sympathy for the outlaws. Newspapers condemned Pinkerton's heavy-handedness, and residents of Missouri who already resented corporate power rallied behind the James gang. Allen withdrew from the vendetta, and Jesse James would not be killed until 7 years later in 1882, when a member of his own gang betrayed him. If that wasn't enough, Allen's pursuit of Butch Cassidy and the Wild Bunch in the 1890s also revealed the thin balancing act between persistence and overreach. Detective Charlie Siringo spent years tracking Cassidy and his gang, forcing them into constant motion. The agency collected rare photographs of gang associates like at a place, showing a sophisticated intelligence network that rivaled government services. But Cassidy ultimately escaped to South America, eluding capture. The Wild Bunch remained charismatic rebels in the imagination of the public, while Pinkerton agents were seen as relentless, often unfair pursuers. Needless to say, the general public's view of the agency in the West was, at this point, mixed at best. Law-abiding citizens and clients praised the Pinkertons for bringing order and retrieving stolen property. Yet many in the frontier community saw outlaws as folk heroes who defended local honor against distant corporate interests. Pinkerton agents were often labeled as paid assassins and tools of the railroads. This dichotomy, heroes to some, villains to others, would only intensify even more when the agency turned its focus from chasing criminals to suppressing labor movements. Wow, would you look at this? Something that started with the best intentions would then turn to corruption. It is as if there is a paved road with intentions. And I can't remember where the road goes that is paved with good intentions, but I'm sure it's somewhere good and not bad. Right. The Industrial Revolution transformed the United States in the late 19th century. Factories multiplied, railroads crisscrossed the continent, and heavy industry reshaped urban landscapes. With these developments came new social conflicts like long hours, dangerous conditions, and exploitative wage systems. In the coal fields of Pennsylvania, many miners were immigrants who faced discrimination. These workers were often paid in company scrip, redeemable only at company stores, effectively binding them to their employers. I mean, you work for years of your life and get paid a monopoly money that you can only cash in at the monopoly store. So if you want to find a job somewhere else, good luck starting over. Wives feared daily for their husband's safety, and there were instances of bodies returned to families without ceremony. Laborers began to organize, forming unions and secret societies to demand better conditions. Industrialists, fearing lost profits and sabotage, searched for ways to undermine these movements. The Pinkerton Agency, with its reputation for infiltration and force, became the go-to instrument for corporations seeking to control their workforce. One of the earliest and most notorious interventions involved the Molly Maguires. The Mollies were not just a shadowy club in the hills, but a loose coalition of Irish immigrant miners and their supporters. Many had fled the Great Famine and British oppression, only to find themselves in Pennsylvania company towns where the mines paid them in scrip, leased them cramped housing, and left their families perpetually indebted. Discriminated against for being Irish and Catholic, they sometimes responded to dangerous working conditions and exploitation by sending threatening letters to foremen and, in a handful of cases, by carrying out acts of violence. Local elites christened this resistance as the Molly Maguires, borrowing a name that originally came from secret societies in Ireland. Allen assumed that the American Molly Maguires were an extension of Irish secret societies, though the label may have been a convenient catch-all for crimes and conspiracies. So to infiltrate this hidden world, Allen deployed James McParland, who adopted the alias of James McKenna and embedded himself in mining communities from 1873 to 1876. McParland attended union meetings, observed rituals, and built relationships, all while reporting back to his handlers. His assignment culminated in 20 miners being arrested and executed for murder and conspiracy. But the Molly Maguire operation reveals the ethical complexities of Pinkerton methods. According to critics, McParland provoked or allowed violence to occur to strengthen the case against his targets. During his assignment, the number of threats, usually in the form of letters to mine bosses allegedly signed by the Mollies, experienced a sudden spike. Obviously, if the undercover guy shows up and then the group gets really violent, this raised suspicion that some of them had been staged. This infiltration also bled into extrajudicial violence. In August of 1875, Allen wrote to his superintendent urging the formation of a vigilante committee to take, quote, fearful revenge on the Mollies. In December of that year, a vigilante raid occurred at Wiggins Patch. 30 masked men, acting on intelligence from McParland, attacked the home of James and Charles O'Donnell, pistol whipping their mother, and shooting their sister. McParland, being the undercover agent who gave this information, was outraged that women were harmed, but felt that male victims, quote, got there just deserving. The violence set the stage for a series of trials that were, by any fair measure, a travesty. An attorney named Franklin Gowen and other coal company lawyers prosecuted the case themselves. The state supplied only the courtroom and the gallows, so the entire trial was being held by the coal companies who these people were acting against. Allegedly. Many of the 20 miners who were hanged were convicted on the strength of McParland's testimony alone, with little or no independent defense. Judge John P. Lavelle later called the proceedings a, quote, surrender of state sovereignty, noting that a private corporation had investigated, arrested, and essentially prosecuted its own employees. While the industrialists celebrated the suppression of the Mounties as a triumph of law and order, many labor advocates and Irish Americans saw it as an industry-backed frame-up. They argued that Pinkerton agents acted as provocateurs who fabricated or encouraged crimes to justify their presence. They noted that violence attributed to the Mounties escalated only after McParland arrived. These accusations remained largely confined to local circles, and the broader public was slow to sympathize. Nevertheless, the operation proved a template for how Pinkertons would engage with labor conflicts. Emboldened by success and spurred by profit, the agency expanded its union infiltration and strike-breaking activities throughout the 1880s. The list of strikes involving Pinkertons reads like a chronicle of the labor movement. In 1884, the Hocking Valley strike erupted in Ohio when coal miners protested wage cuts. Pinkerton guards were hired to protect company property and ensure that replacement workers could continue operations. Clashes ensued, resulting in the destruction of property and injuries. That same year, Alan Pinkerton died unceremoniously after slipping on wet pavement and biting his tongue, which led to gangrene. That's right, the head of the Pinkerton agency died because he bit his tongue when he fell. His death was both mundane and ironic. A man who survived political uprisings, treacherous outlaws, and wartime espionage succumbed to an everyday accident. In 1885, the agency became embroiled in the McCormick Reapers strike in Chicago. As Pinkerton men approached the factory, bystanders cheered at them. The agents responded by firing into the crowd, killing several people. Though 4 Pinkerton men were indicted, prosecutors declined to pursue the case. The violence escalated in subsequent years. In 1886, during a railway strike at the Lakeshore Railroad, guards hired by the Pinkertons, similar to the year before, fired into a crowd, killing a protester. It happened again a month later, during the stockyard strike, this time killing a bystander. Despite eyewitness testimony, the grand jury failed to indict the agents. In 1887, the United Labor Party issued a statement condemning the agency as a wandering band of murderers. Labor leader Terence Powderly decried Pinkerton men as outcasts from society, hired assassins devoid of decency. He argued that industrialists employed them because they lacked faith in their own managerial abilities, preferring to outsource, quote, delicate and important work to human brutes. Powderly further contended that the existence of the agency depended on creating fear among the wealthy, that without conjuring threats, the Pinkertons would have no purpose. While the leader of the Labor Party would undoubtedly carry some biases, Powderly was not alone. The Nation magazine declared that the appearance of Pinkerton men in any civilized country would fill the population with shame. It described the agency as a band of mercenaries and a sign of social regression, likening it to medieval barbarism. By 1888, the term Pinkerton had become shorthand for any armed guard or vigilant group employed by American industrialists. The agency's armed presence in labor disputes was so common that Pinkerton men were equated with strikebreakers in general. Critics argued that the agency's success in infiltrating and suppressing unions depended on fabricating conspiracies and instigating violence. It was common belief that if the Pinkertons investigate someone, there will be arrest and executions, because if they aren't doing crime naturally, the Pinkerton agent will just make up crimes that they're doing or get them to commit a crime that they can then convict them for. In essence, the Pinkertons became a private army available to those with the means to hire them. This escalated labor conflicts and undermined trust in law enforcement. This incendiary environment set the stage for the most infamous confrontation in the agency's history, the Homestead Strike.
That's the one, the Homestead Strike. So what you're about to hear of right now is my relative, my great-great-grand uncle was Henry Clay Frick, and his house in Manhattan turned into the Frick Museum. His daughter had a house in Philadelphia. He was originally from Philadelphia, but he moved to Manhattan after this. So I think the strike happened in Philadelphia, and he had to leave. He couldn't stay in town after that.
Stands as a watershed moment in both labor history and the history of the Pinkertons. The strike erupted at the Homestead Steel Works in Pennsylvania, owned by Andrew Carnegie's Carnegie Steel Company. Carnegie, often depicted as a philanthropist and industrial visionary, left day-to-day management.
My great uncle or whatever, Henry Clay.
A hardline
he just said it, Henry Clay Frick.
Dated Carnegie, often
they were best friends, Carnegie.
And industrial visionary, left day-to-day management in the hands of Henry Clay Frick, a hardline executive known for his tough stance on you.
Look, this looks like so much. He looks so much like my son, or my brother. He looks a lot. My brother looks a lot like him. That is my great granduncle. He's the reason why my mom grew up entitled and didn't know how to teach me how to do laundry.
Unions. The workers were members of the Amalgamated Association of Iron and Steel Workers, one of the strongest trade unions of the time. Negotiations over wages and working conditions broke down.
He's the boy cat.
He erected a 12-foot fence with rifle loopholes, water mains capable of water, and electrified wires. Workers dubbed the fortified factory Fort Frick, a name that signified both their resentment and their recognition that they were facing a military-style operation. Behind the scenes, Frick secretly negotiated with the Pinkerton agency to hire 300 more guards and to break the union by reopening.
Oh my god, it looks like a kitty when you go above, like a kitten.
6, 1892, two barges carrying
Oh my fucking god! Oh my god.
Strikers have been watching the river. When the barges arrived, confrontation ensued. And by confrontation, I mean a gunfight. The crowd on the shore traded
Yes, the money that my mom grew up rich. So yeah. My mom grew up in a family that was old money. So her dad, my grandfather had servants and stuff like that. So yeah, my grandmother though, my grandmother was poor and she lived in a fucking cabin in the woods in South Carolina. She grew up super poor. She used to like sweep the dirt in her front yard. But my grandfather was a fucking Hyatt. So my maiden name is Hyatt. Like the hotels. But when my grandfather died, my mom was a crackhead. And naturally, she smoked up every single bit of my inheritance. So I didn't grow up rich but my grandfather died in 1988. I think I was 4, 5. I was 4. And then my mom, the money was gone within like a year. So my entire life was scrap and scrabble. And my mom just going from one man to another, trying to find another rich man to take care of her. But her problem is that she's fat and ugly, so she could only find like midgets. My stepdad, my sister's father, he's like literally a dwarf, like not like a little person, what you would consider. So it used to be like a midget was a little person, and then a dwarf was slightly taller. But he has dwarfism, not whatever it's called. I can't remember the medical term for little person midget thing. Can't remember what it's called. But anyways, he's dwarfism. All of his body, like he has like his body is in proportion. So he just looked like a small person. His head was in proportion with his body, which was in proportion with his arms. He didn't look like he just looked like a tiny little person. He was like 4'10" or something maybe.
Versa. After 14 hours of fighting at Homestead, the Pinkerton agents, trapped on their barges, busted a white flag. The crowd refused at first, but eventually a Union leader negotiated a surrender. The agents were disarmed, marched through the town and forced to run a gauntlet of jeering residents who bested them.
maybe?
The battle left 9 strikers and 3 Pinkertons dead, and nearly every agent wounded. The strikers cheered at this, but you could imagine
Let me
how the
see if
state
the
of
guy
Pennsylvania
whose
felt
hat
about
this
this.
is.
The strikers' victory was short-lived. Within days, Pennsylvania's governor ordered the state militia to homestead. The troops escorted locked train cars of replacement workers into the mill.
What color do you want for the background?
4 months before collapsing. The workers returned without union representation. Homestead's defeat showed that even a strong union could be broken when private force and state intervention combined. Public reaction to the Homestead confrontation was intense. Newspapers questioned the
Okay, so I just wanted to give you a heads up that I'm overwhelmed and been working a whole hell of a lot, so I've been behind on rug making because I need to make money at my full-time job, exclamation point. So I just wanted to touch base and let you know that McQueen is done. I just have to get the labeling part done, which I think I'm going to do today. And then I have to buy some kind of plastic wrap. I forgot that I need to wrap it in order to ship it. So just wanted to let you know that's where I'm at, exclamation point. Haven't forgotten. Why is it? Oh, it's on airplane mode. Duh. That's why it's not working. All right. Pippi Longstocking is coming in.
the morality of hiring a private army. And the New York Times investigation alleged that the Pinkertons were reserves
You ought to know.
from petty criminals compelled to serve as
Okay.
strike breakers.
Should I just
The
not
image
do
of
a background?
armed
What color should I do for the
charges
background?
ignited a
You
national
want to see the front of it, Starlight?
Within a few years, public opinion shifted. What had been
It's hard. I
seen
have a bunch of crap on my desk back here because it's like a hide place where I can hide things. So it's hard to access to get a good view. I just want to like get a screenshot so I can look at it. If I can't get like right in front of it.
Violence, workers testified that the English language
I can't believe how good it looks.
inadequate to express
It was
the
on my
hate
head.
they felt towards Pinkerton detectives. One skilled worker called the hiring of Pinkertons
Maybe I just won't do a background.
an unlawful way of forcing us into submission. Yet the hearings also gave space to industrialists to explain why they turned to the agency.
If you don't end up seeing this message in time, I'm probably just not gonna do one, or I might just pick one.
He believed he had a right to keep the mill running. Robert Pinkerton himself, son of Alan Pinkerton, testified that his men were simply hired to maintain order and defend property. But his defense could not stem the tide of public condemnation. I mean, people are mad that your people shot at strikers who wanted better working conditions. It's not a good idea to be like,
What about maybe?
I mean, we were trying to protect the company. Isn't that
It would
what
have
we
to be like a
all want?
lighter
All
color.
out from
So
Homestead
maybe
reached
like
the halls of Congress.
no.
The House committee investigated, taking
A lot of this color.
law enforcement officials, capitalists, and workers.
Like
Their
blue
final
color.
report concluded that the Pinkertons had grown into a private military force under the control of whoever could afford their services. The committee recommended restoring state authority over labor conflicts rather than relying on private interests. In other words, when these issues arise in the future, the state should decide what happens rather than the company just hiring a bunch of bullies to make everyone quit. As a direct response, Congress passed the anti
I think I'm just gonna do it like this. All right, let's clean this off and put it
prohibiting
away.
the federal government from hiring employees of private detective agencies like Pinkerton. 23 states enacted similar laws. The act didn't shut down Pinkerton, but it curtailed the agent's federal work and signaled that policing belonged to the public. After Homestead, many factory owners tried to head off labor unrest by tinkering with their own operations. Some embraced scientific management, measuring every motion on the shop floor and training employees to follow the one best way to do a job, believing that efficiency and fair pay would diffuse grievances. Others turned to benevolent industrialism, building paternalistic company towns like Pullman, Illinois, where brick houses, parks, and sanitary facilities were meant to create loyalty. Pullman promised to eliminate conflict through careful planning and uplift, but when wages were cut and rent stayed high, the workers struck in 1894. President Grover Cleveland sent federal troops to suppress it, resulting in more fatalities. The pattern of violence followed by state intervention persisted. Pinkertons became symbols of an era when private force was used to confront public dissent. I mean, I have an entire video on the main channel about one of the most famous strikes in American history, the Battle of Blair Mountain. The private agency involved there wasn't Pinkertons, but it's certainly their ramifications. Issues like this existed outside of the Pinkerton agency. Pinkertons were just the ones to do it first, and therefore the ones whose names are most associated. The Homestead disaster and the Anti-Pinkerton Act marked a new turn of the tide, and in the 20th century, the agency faced a changing environment. Local and state police forces professionalized, adopting techniques such as centralized record keeping and interstate communication that Pinkerton had pioneered. In 1908, the federal government established the Bureau of Investigation, later known, of course, as the Federal Bureau of Investigation, or the FBI, to conduct national law enforcement. The creation of the FBI reduced the government's reliance on private detectives, while signaling an ideological shift. Law enforcement was to be a public good managed by accountable agencies, not to serve the interest of whoever has the most money. I mean, that's still what it does a lot in reality, but that's not what's on the label anymore. Additionally, the Anti Pinkerton Act restricted the agency's ability to secure federal contracts, which had been profitable during the Civil War. The combination of legal constraints and improved public policing diminished the agency's central role. The decline in violent strike breaking did not mean an immediate end to Pinkerton's involvement in labor conflicts. In the 1930s, Senator Robert La Follette launched an investigation into the use of private detectives as labor spies. Robert Pinkerton II, Allen's great grandson and then president of the agency, testified in 1936 that companies had paid the agency $1.75 million for espionage services since 1933. In other words, companies were paying the Pinkertons a lot of money to act as spies in their own workforce. He admitted that Pinkerton operatives were embedded in practically every major union: 5 in the United Mine Workers, 9 in the United Rubber Workers, 17 in the United Textile Workers, and 55 in the Auto Workers. The agency even spied on the Assistant Secretary of Labor during a 1935. These revelations embarrassed the Pinkertons, and in 1937, the company vowed to end its labor investigations. By then, the political climate had shifted. The Wagner Act had granted workers the right to unionize, and public opinion favored collective bargaining. Violent strike breaking was no longer acceptable. Courts and federal agencies intervened instead, using injunctions and arbitration to resolve disputes. Facing declining relevance in detective work and labor espionage, the agency reinvented itself. In the 1920s and beyond, it offered asset protection, uniformed guard services, and corporate fraud investigations. By the 1960s, the term detective was dropped from the company's branding, and it simply became Pinkerton. The shift signaled a move toward risk management and corporate security rather than privatized sleuthing. This strategy proved effective. By 1995, yes, like 30 years ago, the agency employed 50,000 people across 250 offices worldwide. It was no longer a gun toting detective bureau, but a modern security firm providing services such as guarding office buildings, investigating insurance claims, and consulting on espionage countermeasures. In 1999, the Swedish security conglomerate, Securitas AB, acquired the Pinkerton agency for approximately $384 million. Integration into a multinational corporation completed the transformation from a frontier detective service into a global security provider. The Pinkerton name remained, but its function and public image were vastly different from the days of Allen and Robert. Even after its transformation, the Pinkerton name carries weight. For labor organizers and union members, it remains a symbol of strike breaking, corporate oppression. The historical memory of Pinkerton agents firing into crowds and infiltrating resonates in contemporary struggles over workers' rights. In some circles, Pinkerton is still used as a nickname for any heavy-handed corporate security. When reports emerged in 2020 that Amazon hired Pinkerton operatives to spy on warehouse workers in Spain, the reaction switched.
Where's the little twist?
Amazon.
Saved it for this
2020,
very purpose.
Spy on workers. Sounds like it came out of some futuristic dystopian Blade Runner sci-fi world, but it's the one we're living in, for better or worse. Although today Pinkertons operate with legal frameworks and presumably without the use of gunboats or cannons, presumably, the idea that private agencies monitor workers' organizing efforts is a reminder of a long history of conflict. And the underlying methodology of Pinkerton's earlier days still resonates with modern law enforcement. When the FBI was created in 1908, it absorbed Allen's innovations like centralized records and interagency communication. But it may have inherited some of the agency's tactics as well. In the post 9/11 era, the Bureau dispatched informants into Muslim communities, sometimes devising fake plots and supplying targets or swooping to make arrests. Critics say these sting operations, which were championed as, quote, forward-leaning preventative prosecutions to ostensibly prevent terrorism, blurred the lines between surveillance and provocation, ensnaring people who might never have acted without government encouragement. That this occurred during a time of paranoia and hostility towards Islam practicing Americans was not lost on me.
Oh God,
And if we're just talking about a list
so
of
much.
post-Pinkerton federal entrapment, then the list is nearly endless. The same questions arose in 2020, when federal prosecutors announced a plot to kidnap Democrat Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer at the hands of right-wing extremists, weeks before the presidential election. Headlines proclaimed this was evidence that right-leaning politics gave way to violent extremism. But it soon became clear that such a plot would never have been planned without the FBI's direct involvement. Of the 26 or so men who participated, at least 12 were FBI informants, some of whom took the lead and pushed others into moving forward with it. From just these two examples, with many more almost certainly in existence, it's clear that the clandestine methods pioneered against the Molly Maguires remains alive today, and the debate over whether they protect the public or undermine justice continues regardless of what political faction is in the crosshair. The Pinkerton story also endures in popular culture. Sir Arthur Conan Doyle drew inspiration from James Harlan's infiltration of the Molly Maguires when writing one of the Sherlock Holmes novels, The Valley of Fear. The unblinking eye logo has become an icon of private detection and espionage, appearing on t-shirts and even in the branding of fictional detective agencies. Not to mention that the term private eye comes directly from this logo, this motto. The dichotomy between myth and reality persists to this day. On one hand, Pinkertons are portrayed as tireless defenders of order, and on the other, they're seen as embodiments of ruthless corporate power. This duality ensures that the agency's legacy remains contested and, one can't deny, fascinating. Institutions often evolve in unexpected ways. Ellen Pinkerton fled political repression in Scotland, helped fugitives in the Underground Railroad, and built a detective agency that promised to uphold justice. Yet by the late 1800s, his agency was suppressing labor movements and serving corporate interests that exploited the very workers he might have once championed. This inversion shows how goals can shift as organizations grow and often diverge from the original intent, especially as they gain power. As it's often said, the road to hell is paved with good intentions. Oh, there's that saying about intentions and paving the roads. It leads to hell, which isn't a good place at all. Allen's tale also illustrates the dangers of privatizing coerced power. The eventual passage of the Anti-Pinkerton Act shows a recognition that private forces should not wield unchecked authority. Yet the persistence of corporate and government surveillance shows that the tension between public oversight, private security, and rule of law remains unresolved today. In contemporary debates about privatized policing, from gated communities to corporate data collectors, Pinkerton example offers cautionary lessons about accountability and the potential for abuse. Today, many of the rights that workers enjoy, such as the 8-hour workday, collective bargaining, and workplace safety regulations, are taken for granted. These rights were won through struggles that often involved violence and suffering from all sides. Pinkertons were major players in those conflicts, sometimes obstructing progress, and sometimes inadvertently accelerating it by provoking backlash. Recognizing this history brings appreciation for the fragile gains of past generations. And when we learn that Amazon's contract with the Pinkertons and the strategy of modern intelligence agencies echoes tactics from over a century ago, it becomes clear that the past is never truly past. Indeed, the eye of the Pinkerton logo remains unblinking, fulfilling its promise that the agency would never sleep. That is the controversial yet fascinating history of the Pinkerton Detective Agency. I think this is a fascinating thing to look into. I mean, we've all heard about the Pinkertons, at least if you're familiar with any Old West story, or like early 1900s spy narrative. We know they're popular, but a lot of us don't know how they became so popular. And growing up in Appalachia, coal mining towns, I obviously have some bias against them. You know, a lot of friends and family members have stories of their grandparents getting shot at by Pinkertons or some private detective company. But even looking at it objectively, I think it's pretty clear why the country as a whole turned away from them. Now, did we turn away from things like entrapment and use of force and coercion? You know, who's to say really? But I think it's a fascinating history and one that should not be forgotten. I appreciate you sticking around to hear about it, and above all else, thank you for watching. Let us know in the comments if you enjoyed these historical deep dives. I certainly do, but maybe you're tired of hearing about it. But if there's a story that interests you, we can probably find out something about it. So let us know. New videos here Mondays at noon. Again, you can check out the new channel When to Glitch and the OG channel When to Goon in the description. Everyone who made this video possible will be
More
linked in the
Gooner shit.
description. Be sure to show them some love. And I believe that should do it for now. But before I go, we just want to say thank you for watching. We hope that you enjoy.
They want us all to be Gooners.
It was also just cooler when you were getting chased by Pinkertons, right? Because it's like, oh, I'm being tracked by the FBI, I'm being tracked by the police. But if you're being tracked by the Pinkertons, well, now it sounds like there's some like powerful family or dynasty who wants you dead. And that makes you sound a lot cooler than just a guy who counterfeited some money at an old west like horse depot or whatever. There's a time to be alive.
What did you do? Finished it.
It is a rare thing in modern Hollywood to see a franchise actually respect its audience.
Yeah.
While the big budget machines at Disney and Warner Brothers are busy drowning us in corporate slop and cynical nostalgia bait, John Wick has quietly and then very loudly become the golden standard of action cinema.
Yeah.
The recent news with the announcement of a high budget AAA game in development proves that even after 4 films, the world isn't tired of Baba Yaga. If anything, we're more obsessed than ever.
Yeah.
Now, I'll be the first to admit, I love this franchise. It's a series that treats action not as a chore to get through the plot, but as legitimate art. Disciplined, stylish, and mythic. Watching Keanu Reeves execute a flawless tactical reload is, for a pretentious film nerd like me, more satisfying than any $300 million CGI skybeam. However, even a masterpiece has its low points.
Yeah.
While the saga is outstanding as a whole, there is one specific installment that I personally find to be the weakest link. A film where the narrative logic started to stretch just a little too thin for its own good. And we'll get into that crack in the armor later in the video. But to truly appreciate the evolution of this modern myth, we have to look at the big picture. From the tactical brilliance of the sequels to the expanding lore of the High Table, John Wick has managed to evolve without losing its soul. So today, we're breaking down the films, the spin-offs, and the future of the Continental. But to understand where we're going, we have to go back to 2014, when the stakes were simple: a car, a dog, and a man who just wanted to be left alone. Back then, if you went to the theater for an action flick, you were basically signing up for a migraine. We were living in the dark ages of shaky cam. Ever since the Bourne movies made rapid fire editing look cool, every director,
It didn't make it look
regardless of
cool.
whether they
I
had a
hated
great
it.
bone in their body, decided that the best way to hide a lack of choreography was to have the cameramen undergo a violent seizure during every fight scene. It was a stylistic crutch. If you don't have the time or talent to coordinate a fight, you just shake the camera and hope the audience's brain fills in the gaps. You couldn't tell who was punching who, or if they were even in the same room. It was just visual noise. And as for the mid-budget action movie in 2014, it was practically extinct. You either had the $200 million superhero theme park films, or the straight-to-DVD bargain bin stuff. There almost was no middle ground for a slick, R-rated thriller that took itself seriously. And then, out of nowhere, this $20 million little movie that could arrived. It was directed by 2 guys, directors, Chad Stahelski and David Leitch. These weren't artistes who spent their time pondering the philosophical implications of a lens flare. They were veteran stuntmen. More importantly, they were Keanu Reeves' stunt doubles from the Matrix days. They had spent decades in the trenches of film production, seeing exactly how directors screw up action. Stahelski and Leitch performed an act of genre-saving surgery. They looked at the bloated, over-edited mess that Hollywood was serving us and decided to go back to the basics. Craft, clarity, and a very, very angry Keanu Reeves. Yeah. They understood that the camera shouldn't be a participant in the fight, it should be a witness to it. The premise of John Wick is almost comically simple. A retired assassin loses his wife to illness, and her final gift to him is a beagle puppy named Daisy. Then, some entitled Russian mobster's son, Losef Tarasov, breaks into John's house, steals his 1969 Mustang, and kills the dog. That's it. If you explain this to a corporate suit at Disney, they'd probably tell you it's too petty. They'd want a plot about saving the world or a MacGuffin that threatens the multiverse. But the beauty of John Wick is that it turns a personal grievance into something mythic. We've seen the murdered wife trope 1,000 times. It's become a narrative shorthand that often feels cheap. But a puppy? That's visceral. That dog was John's final bridge to humanity, a living vestige of the man he was trying to become. By killing that dog, the villains committed a spiritual assassination. That this specific catalyst is what ensures the audience stays on the right side of a protagonist who is effectively a mass murderer. We're watching a man burn down the world to preserve the last piece of his soul. It's minimalist storytelling at its most efficient. The dog represents the innocence that the underworld took away from him. It's the difference between a senseless shoot 'em up and a character-driven tragedy. The real magic, and I use that word with the same reverence I use for the Harry Potter sets, is the action itself. This was the birth of gun fu in the West, a blend of Hong Kong's 80s aesthetics, the kind of stuff John Woo used to cook up, mixed with brutal tactical realism. John doesn't just stand in the middle of a room and fire infinitely. He uses judo, jujitsu, and aikido to manipulate his environment. There's a specific economy of motion in John's movements. Every throw leads into a shot. Every shot clears a path for a reload. And here's the most revolutionary thing I saw in 2014. John Wick reloads. Now I know it sounds like a small thing, but in Hollywood where guns usually have infinite ammo until the plot says otherwise, seeing the hero count his shots and tactically reload in the middle of a fight felt like a breath of fresh air. It's hyper reality. He's not an invincible superhero. He gets wounded, he gets tired, he runs out of breath. Every movement John makes has weight because real skills stand behind it. You see him struggle with a jam. You see him fumble for a fresh mag while pinned down. It adds a layer of vulnerability that makes the eventual godlike performance feel earned. The Red Circle Club sequence is the perfect microcosm of this. The lighting, the rhythm, the music, it all works in tandem. Stahelski uses wide angles and long takes to show the geography of the room. You always know where John is in relation to his enemies. This is pure visceral cinema, where the action itself is the primary language of the story. Practical stunt work was the directional foundation here. You simply cannot fake this level of skill without a cut. Stahelski and Leitch knew that if they cut every 2 seconds, they were admitting defeat. They stayed back, let the performers do their work, and the result was clean work that few Hollywood directors could replicate today, even with 10 times the budget. And this brings us to the man himself. Keanu Reeves is the only actor who could have played this role. There is a specific persona integration here that makes the connection between actor and role truly special. The character of John Wick, a kind soul forced into violence, seemed to mirror the public's perception of Reeves as a humble, kind soul who has faced immense personal tragedy. When John says, "I'm thinking I'm back," you're feeling the weight of a legendary actor reclaiming his throne. Keanu's physical dedication is terrifying. He trained for months at Tehran Tactical, becoming a legitimate marksman. When you see him transition from a primary to a secondary weapon, it's not a movie move, it's muscle memory. His performance utilized practiced restraint. He conveys rage and desperation through the nuances of his stoic face. But while the action was the hook, the lore was what kept us thinking. Most action movies treat world building like an info dump. They give you a 5-minute monologue explaining the rules. John Wick didn't do that. It peeled back the curtain slowly and organically. We were introduced to the Continental, a hotel for assassins that functions as a neutral ground. It suggests a civilized world of monsters, a hidden society with its own economy of gold coins. These coins aren't just money, they are social capital. They represent a blood debt, a ticket into a world where rules are the only thing separating men from animals. The cleaners who show up to dispose of bodies, the dinner reservations code, it all creates a fascinating mythology that feels hidden just under the surface of our reality. The mythological parallels here are impossible to miss if you're a pretentious knob like me. You have the hotel manager, Sharon, played by the late great Lance Reddick, who acts as the ferryman to this underworld. It feels like a modern Greek tragedy played out in the neon noir streets of New York. The film adheres to its own grounded rules, and the neutral ground conceit adds a level of structural tension that is just genius. It's the idea that these people are professionals, not just thugs. Everything about the first John Wick feels deliberate. It was a calculated effort by genre experts to fix what was broken in Hollywood action. They proved that the audience doesn't need slop, we need craft. We need to see the work. Even now, 10 years later, it's amazing how well it holds up. It hasn't been dated because it wasn't chasing 2014 trends, but was actively destroying them. It was a stark reminder of what is possible when you have a lead actor who is willing to put in the work and directors who understand that the camera is a storytelling tool, not a shaker for a cocktail. But as great as the first movie was, it was still a relatively contained story. It was a personal revenge tale. The real challenge for any franchise is expansion. How do you take a simple story about a dog and turn it into a global saga without losing the soul of the original? How do you raise the stakes without the whole thing collapsing into a corporate slop pile of CGI and nonsensical lore?
Whoever comes, whoever it is, I'll kill them. Kill them all.
So, Chapter 2 was the moment this franchise decided to stop being a cult classic and start being a mythology. Usually, when a little movie that could makes bank, the studio's first instinct is to pull a Disney and just photocopy the original. They give you almost the same plot, the stakes, but with a slightly larger explosion budget. It's the corporate slop approach to sequels. But Chad Stahelski and Keanu Reeves understood that you can't just kill another dog. That trick only works once. If you do it again, it becomes a parody. So instead of repeating the plot, they expanded the world. They took the hints of the secret society we saw in the first film, the gold coins, the Continental, the cryptic rules, and they built an entire cinematic universe out of it. And they did it before the term became a synonym for bloated mess. John Wick Chapter 2 is a rare sequel that many, including me on a good day, would argue is actually better than the original. The franchise transitioned from a simplistic revenge drama to a grand architectural saga. It took the boogeyman and put him into a global game of chess where the rules are the only thing keeping the monsters from devouring the public. The narrative engine this time isn't a dead puppy, it's a marker, a physical blood oath. This was a brilliant piece of world building because it retroactively explained how John managed to retire in the first place. He didn't just walk away, he owed a debt to an Italian crime lord named Santino D'Antonio. Santino helped him with that impossible task, and now he's come to collect. In the Wick verse, every marker must be honored. It's the law of the land. If you refuse, the High Table demands a severe outcome. And this is where we meet the High Table, an elitist global organization of 12 seats that represents the social order of the underworld. They are the 1% of the 1%. They are the people who own the monsters. The introduction of the High Table signaled that the assassin world was a worldwide network. We go to Rome, we see the Rome Continental, we realize that it isn't just a story about a guy in a suit, it becomes a story about a system. And as a nerd like me, I love that the film treats these rules with the gravity of a religious text. There is an assassin art to how these people live. Let's talk about the aesthetic elevation of this movie. By moving the setting to Rome, the filmmakers classed it up. The first movie was gritty and neon noir. The sequel is high fashion and classical. We get the tactical tailor and the sommelier fancy. The sommelier scene is peak John Wick. Peter Serafinowicz plays a man who treats high caliber weaponry like fine 1945 Bordeaux. Something robust, precise, tasty. It's a scene that shouldn't work. It's absurd. It's hyper reality at its most extreme. But because the film stays so disciplined, because Keanu plays it with such stoic sincerity, you you'd buy into it completely. It turns the preparation for mass murder into a bespoke luxury experience. And then we have the bulletproof suits. This was a risk. In terms of realism, the suits are where the franchise starts to break the immersion. Seeing John and an enemy assassin casually shooting at each other while using their coat lapels as shields is ridiculous. It's the kind of thing that would be a joke in any other movie, but within the Wiccan rules, it works. It adheres to the internal logic of the world. These people have the best tech, the best armor, and the best discipline. It maintains the balance between the absurd and the grounded because the physical toll is still there. John still feels the impact. He's still bruised. He's still exhausted. Visually, Chapter 2 is a masterclass as well. Stileski once again rejected the shaky cam garbage and opted for long takes and steady cameras that allow us to see every bone crack and tactical reload in full glory. There is a stylistic discipline. One of the best examples of this is the catacombs sequence in Rome. This is essentially a living video game. John moves through linear stages using different weapons that he cached in advance. It demonstrates a level of planning that feels like a
Get off the tablet.
It's environmental choreography. He
You know
stages
better.
every fight he enters. He uses the ruins.
Please, I'm
the
covered in this
shadows,
glue right
the
now,
rain
so
that
like
he's
we
earned
can't
because
do
we've
this,
seen
okay?
the preparation. And then
Worst timing ever.
fight with Garcia.
Really good at
This is
that.
another moment where the franchise highlights that violence in the Wickverse is conducted in plain sight of an oblivious public. They're shooting at each other with silenced pistols in a crowded station and nobody notices. It's performances. It suggests that the world of assassins is a layer of reality that the normal people are simply too unobservant to see. But the real crown jewel of the film's architectural staging is the Hall of Mirrors finale. This is a masterpiece. It's a direct homage to Orson Welles' The Lady from Shanghai and Bruce Lee's Enter the Dragon, but modernized for the gun fu era. Using mirrors to hide camera operators while creating impossible shots of fragmented identity, it's a visual flex that most Hollywood directors wouldn't even attempt. It adds a cohesive feeling of John being trapped within his own reputation. He is surrounded by his own image, unable to escape the boogeyman persona. Now, we have to talk about the John Wick isms. The pencil. I once saw him kill 3 men in a bar with a pencil. Pencil. In the first movie, this was a legend. In the sequel, we actually get to see it. Here, the franchise starts to lean into the meme of John Wick. It's a little bit of fan service, but it works with such brutal, quick efficiency. It reinforces the myth without slowing down the plot. But all of this, the Rome trip, the mirror fights, the tactical suits, leads to the excommunicado climax. One of the most important moments in the entire franchise. In the lounge of the New York Continental, John kills Santino. He kills a member of the High Table on neutral ground. This is a catastrophic decision. Up until this point, John was a man of the rules. The rules were his armor. By breaking the one rule that everyone follows, no business on hotel grounds, John fundamentally changes the franchise.
Oh, he answered finally. I put the glue on.
John realizes that the civilized rules of the hotel will never let him go. He chooses his own code over the High Table's code. He decides to finish it on his own terms, but the cost is
no background color.
He is stripped
Okay.
of resources, no hotel.
Now we wait. Say.
He is literally homeless in a city of assassins. The final shot
Let me give him this real quick.
running through Central Park as every
Copy
cell
link.
phone in the city starts
Paste.
ringing with his excommunicado notification is haunting. It makes John's journey feel Sisyphean. He just wants to roll the murder boulder up the hill so he can go home and be with his dog. But the second he gets close, the boulder rolls back down and crushes him. He has started
Copy,
something
paste.
so much worse for
Copy it
himself,
on my
and he knows
tablet or my
What
cell
have you
phone.
done? Finished it. Family. No,
Paste on
wait,
my
that's the other franchise.
phone.
Here, it's just
Words.
rules. While Chapter 2 was largely seen as a sequel that exceeded expectations, there was emerging
Copy on my
risks.
phone,
Some started to
paste
worry that
on
the
my
franchise
tablet.
might become serialized like the Saw movies, where the plot only exists to justify the next inventive murder. There was a fear of
I'm live on YouTube right now if you want to see what it looks like. I just finished gluing it.
Disbelief started to get stressed. Personally, I think Chapter 2 struck the perfect balance. It deepened the world by making the action language of these people. It didn't feel like it was coming up with more stuff just to fill a sequel. It actually felt like it was.
All right, so we'll see if we can get Doug in here real quick. Take a look at his cat. So Doug, he pops in here. Doug Diamonds or Diamond. I don't know how you say it. Anyway, he is the owner of this cat. So if he pops in, I'd like to show him what the other side of the cat looks like. Guys, if you want a pet portrait rug, I am charging very little for them right now. Between 50, well, 50 is probably the minimum I could do, to 80, maybe $100. If you want it big, like the entire thing, it's going to be like $100 probably. But they're very cheap, and I will do a custom portrait. I will take my night. It doesn't matter how much labor I have to spend on it. The price will not go up, but I have to draw, take a photograph and turn it into a cartoon, and I draw that by hand, which I can show you, or you'll be able, as the person commissioning it, to watch me draw your pet portrait on live stream, and then like the next day project it onto the thing, and then like the next day tuft it. So you get to watch it get made the whole way. Okay. Oh yeah, and if you want a rug, find me on Instagram. My Instagram is Rugged Tuft, and like I said, I really want to do more pet portraits. So please, let's do some pet portraits, people. I want to do pet portraits, but I need pictures of animals. I tried doing a portrait of my own cat. Maybe I should do one of my own cat. Make her or her own rug. I'll do three. Money, you're gonna have to do without wet food today. Let me see if I have TUNA. I know you are. I know you want food, but yeah, you're so lucky. You're the luckiest fucking cat on the planet. I swear to God. I need to clean off my desk or my dresser. Oh, now you can jump up there on your own, huh? Funny. You have to share with your brother. Orly's gonna get some too. Can you move your butt? Just spoon and give the rest of it. Good boy. It's impossible to be such an advantageous and motivated woman. Like, everywhere in my life, so like cleaning, cooking, things like that, they just fall to the wayside because I'm so obsessed with trying to make money that I cannot even hobby normal. Like, I'm doing this every moment that I have the energy to get up out of bed, that I'm not physically at my job. And I spend the rest of the time doing this. So I can make money. I'm always trying to figure out a way to make more money. And here's the thing, that God didn't create money. So it's not something that biologically naturally comes to us, is the making of money. It's like something that we've imposed upon ourselves as a society. So it's not something that I'm actually very good at doing. I'm very good at working hard, but I'm not very good at making like money. Like, I don't know how people save money. Don't you have expenses every day just to survive? Like, I spend probably, if I don't go anywhere, which is why Saturday's my day I don't do shit. If something needs me to do it on Saturday, uh-oh. But like, don't you spend like $50 in gas a day? Because I spend at least $50 a day in gas. If I go to work, if I have to go somewhere to go to work, I'm spending at the minimum $20 for gas. And that's a job that's like really close by and local. So I don't get it. It's fucking coming down. I need something to draw. So, does anybody, what do you guys want to see me make instead of buying something and then I make that? Why don't you guys just give me some ideas? What's some ideas of things that you'd like to see made into a rug? Thank you so much, Brooke. I didn't know how I even missed that. Thank you so much for the sunshine. But I don't, this is going to be gluing for, or dry, the glue is going to be drying for the next 24 hours. And so now I have to shift into the other stage of the rug making process, which is I need to catch up and draw some new rugs to come up next. I have a rug order that is like in the works, but it's a pretty big order and I have to actually order all new wool for that. I have to order all new yarn for that because they want wool. And so they're willing to pay for the wool. Is that dripping right on my box? It sure as fuck is. Where's my rain bucket? Oh my god. It's fucking raining. My roof is leaking. Dude, it's fucking coming down. Holy shit. Well, gosh. Gosh golly gee. Well, since I'm done tufting and I don't need the electricity, I could make myself something to eat. Do I want like pizza bagels? What do I want? Go look in the refrigerator and see what I got. I just said you get off the feet.
close it up. Get off my counter and throwing everything on the counter. I think that's the dog. What you get for being a fucking slob. Where's my paper box? Paper burgers. There's fucking yarn everywhere. I can't wait to have a fucking house and not be in this cramped ass mess. Where I can have like a real trash can, real sink. Have multiple spaces to put things, so not just like one. Now that the counter has space, now I need to this plug so I can plug in my food. Oh my god. Why are you slightly lower than the rest of your compatriots? In order to cook food, this is what I have to go through every time. I have to find this extension cord. I have to unplug the water dish. Then I have to unplug this from here, plug it into the main outlet, and disconnect all the power from the back of the house, and reroute that power here to the heater upper of the food. Because we got every single time that I want to make food. Which I am over. I just want comfort and ease. And I want to not have to worry about, I want to be able to put things in drawers and hide things. Man, that's going to be so nice. Bake. A little higher than that. Bake 375. 20 minutes. Pre-game. What to do with all the food? So we'll do some, can't remember what they're called, some coconut shrimp, allegedly coconut shrimp, and some bagel bites. We're eating like we're 20 years old again. Charge my thingy.
but it's better than eating restaurant food every day. I'm saving so much money, which ironically is going now to gas. So I was hemorrhaging money on eating at restaurants every day. I tried to get cheap food, but because I make money every day, like I get paid every day that I work. So for like on my way home, I would stop and get food. Sometimes I would treat myself to like actual meals and stuff, or like, but mostly it was cheap pizza because the pizza is really cheap, and then soup, or like whatever the like special, like it's like soup or another item you can get instead. It's like a side item that they have for rotates. So anyway, I was hemorrhaging money eating out every meal. Well, I only ate once a day, really. So one meal a day. And then I figured, I finally talked to Adam about everything, and he was telling me that, oh no, in fact, Heather, you can use your electricity, the amount of electricity you have, because I've hardwired you straight to the breaker box. So I'm not plugged in somewhere. So I'm not going to overwhelm a socket. I'm hardwired, right? I have a breaker just for my bus. So because of that, he says that I should be able to use my cooker. So I bought a bunch of frozen meals so that I could use my cooker, and he said that I could use his microwave, which I don't like using people's stuff. So I've been here for a year, 2 years almost, and I've used his microwave before he said it's okay, you can use my microwave. He told me before I could use his microwave, but I don't like using people's stuff. I don't want to be I don't, it's already a burden for him to give me a place to live, and I try to keep to myself as much as possible and mind my own business and not borrow his things or be in his business, and as much as possible. But ever since he said yes, for sure you can use my microwave, no it's not, and I was like, are you sure? Because I don't want to, like, I haven't used it because I don't want to be using your stuff. And he was like, no, I'm for real. He's like, anytime you need to use the microwave, please just let me know, you can use the microwave. So I was like, okay, fine, I'll go ahead and get some microwave meals. I did make sure that every meal that I purchased, I could either microwave them or bake them in the oven. I didn't buy meals that are solely microwave related, because I was afraid that if I bought meals that were solely microwave related, I'd try to eat something and then he would be gone or asleep, or he'd be in a bad mood, or anything could happen. So I wasn't going to take the chance. So what are those things called? It's like gyoza or something like that. I got pot stickers. They're called pot stickers. I kept wanting to call them pierogies, but they're like Asian pierogies. Oh, what did I do with that towel? I'll use that to mix. So it'd be so much better cooked on the stove top if they were like slightly boiled and then with butter and water, and then you let the water cook all off and then they fry in the butter. They're way better that way. But shrimp. Money, what? What? It's art. No, it is hot. Ow. Dog thought it got food for him. Poor guy. There you can have this little bit of phyllo dough. I gotta go to Trader Joe's, man. I'm low on food. I was wondering the other day, I was like, why does it smell like melting wires in here? Come to find out that actually my cook stove oven air fryer thing does draw enough power to be bothersome to the plug. So I do have to be mindful about what I'm doing. Can't cook it on 400 something. But I can cook it like 350. As long as I don't go over like 375, I'm fine. Guys, what should I do for the next art project? I really feel like I should take up space right here, dude. I feel guilty about just wasting this. I feel like I should put something there. If I do that, I can't get too close to this. Gotta be careful about that. And I want to have enough room, so it would have to be something. But I could do a whole nother piano. I wonder. Yep, water's dripping. I wonder if I can draw it all. I don't have any artiste skills, so like I cannot draw actually. But I just, if I fuck up, who cares? Because that's gonna get wasted. But I'm thinking if I did like there and there, just like that one. It's kind of narrow. I don't want to go too far. Oh my god, it's big tub. But like, what if it was like whatever. This is just the idea that was in my head the whole time I was thinking about what to do with this space. This is really the extent of my idea, so now I don't know where to go from here. I feel like I'm 8 years old. Chinese type of dragon, and I'm drawing a fucking house, a yard. That was entertaining for a couple minutes. I'm hungry. I know what I can do. I wonder if I could get the shape right though. I'm gonna get the shape right. No, I'm not gonna get the shape right. It's gonna be too close. I can get that close, and that's about it. I was thinking about doing it and turning it into a yolk egg crack. Glue on me. I'm gonna skedaddle. And I'm gonna eat some food, and then I'm gonna take a nap, and probably go take a shower and wash some of my bedding, since now the craft time is over. And let me show you guys. I really want to go back. I want to go back and look at the video. Like, this is the only way that I can see. I watch it on video myself. The replay of this, and then I can maybe get a good view of it. It looks really good, though, I think. Fucking yarn was fine. Oh. Man. I just can't get a very good view of it. Oh man, I'm pretty excited. This is the kit. This is the picture of the cat, the original of the. This is what I copied in order to draw. And then I turned it into this. Pretty excited about it. Yeah, I know it smells good. It's food. All right. I'll see you guys later. You want to go outside? Or you want food? What do you want? What, Mom, what? Is that what you want? Food? Okay, he wants food. He's sitting down next to his food bowl. Love you guys. See you later.